And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Urban Planning Committee meeting for April 21st, 2026. For all of those looking forward to see Councillor Stevenson in person, regrets, she will be online. My name is Reed Clark, and I'll be your chair for this meeting. And we'll get started because we got a couple great things on the agenda here. So I'll call this meeting order at 9:31, and I will start, as we always do, with our land acknowledgement. So at this time, I acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory, the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked their territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as the Métis Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Okay, next up, I will do a roll call. I will start.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
And Mayor Knack. Okay, I don't see Mayor Knack. He might be joining us later. Also say that in chambers we are joined by non-committee member Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And I'm just checking online. I think Councillor Rutherford's online. Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Great. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, which is the declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. Before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare, according to any of items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employee or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? I am hearing none, so I will move on from there. We'll move on to 1.4, so we will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Can I have one of my colleagues?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councillor Jans. Do we have a second?
We don't need a second.
We don't need a second. Okay. All right. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Now it's carried 4-0. Okay. We will keep moving along to 1.5, the approval of the minutes. I might pass this on to Councillor Jans as well.
So moved.
Okay. And we don't need a seconder for that as well, Claire?
We don't.
All right. Please vote on the approval of the minutes, and I'll just read them out just from March 23rd and from April 14th. Go ahead.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Carried 4-0. Great. 1.6 council protocol recognition. Don't think we have any there. So we'll move on to item 2. And we will select our items for debate. I think we already have to do them. We've got 6.1, 7.1. Do we need to select those, Clerk, or could we?
It can be selected by the chair if you choose just to select them.
I'll select both.
Okay. Councillor Jans, select 6.1, 7.1. Okay. We don't need a seconder for that. We'll just have to vote on it. Oh, we just
No
go.
vote. It's just
Okay.
selected.
There we go. Perfect. Vote for reports on debate. Requests to speak. We'll go to 2.3. So for 6.1, kind of where we ended up, if we refresh everyone's memory from March when we had this, we had a few speakers already go on 6.1, but I think we have one more speaker that's signed up as well.
So Councillor Clark, we do need to vote on hearing from speakers under the summary of agenda changes.
I'll move that we hear from speakers as per the summary of agenda.
Moved by Councillor Jans. Please vote.
I'm yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, Mayor Knack. We will add you to the We'll just reload the vote. One moment.
Okay.
And Councillor Jones, you're a yes?
Yes.
We're having a bit of a technical difficulty adding Mayor Knack. We will add him in the minutes.
Okay.
We can say that we have all the votes, including yes for Mayor Knack.
Okay. Perfect. So we'll move on from 2.2. Okay, I'm just seeing it pop up. And then we actually have some requests to speak. So I'm happy to kind of read out those names just to make sure everyone's here, if that's
Certainly.
appropriate. Okay. So for 6.1, Jan Harstaff in person. I believe I see you right there. Okay. 7.1, Arlinda Gomez. See you right there. Number 2, Trace Bernard. In person, is Tracy here? She's coming? Okay. We got a little bit of time. Number 3, Erica Schroeder, remote. Erica, you there? I'm here. Okay. Oh, you're person. Oh, great. Even better. Okay. Number 4, Ann Nguyen. In person. See you there. That's even better. And then number 5, Alan Bolstad. Great. So everybody is actually in person. So that is perfect. Okay. Request for a specific time on the agenda. Nothing there. So I think if we, reports to be held at a different time, reports to be rescheduled, none, unfinished business, none, just making sure that's okay. So if we go to 6.1, the Construction Accountability Program Status Update that was postponed from March 23rd. So we already had some speakers go, but I think there is one here, so maybe we go right to Jan. Is that appropriate? And then we go to questions of admin? Looking at the clerk on this one.
Good morning. My name is Jan Hartstaff. I'm with the Residential Infill Working Group. The CAP program identifies builders who need greater oversight, but even experienced builders can face compliance challenges when expectations are unclear at the permitting stage, and this leads to foreseeable problems that could be prevented. This leaves the city to rely on reactive, costly enforcement. RIWG recommends improving clarity at the outset in the permitting stage before problems arise. This would reduce downstream design conflicts and enforcement issues, which are difficult and expensive to correct once construction begins. Next slide, please. On March 23rd, RIWG recommended a review of classification of very large, small-scale row housing and other complex RS zone infill projects based on dwelling count, occupancy, and functional intensity, and whether secondary suites are considered dwellings under the building code. We encouraged a comprehensive integrated technical review of complex developments with 4 or more dwellings, including secondary suites, and strengthening penalties to deter noncompliance. Next slide, please. Infill is not just a building that provides dwellings to increase density. It must provide a functioning system. This includes functional side yards with window wells that provide egress from basement suites, safe, unobstructed 0.9 meter pathways that need shoveling in the winter, a drainage swale that may require the construction of retaining walls to establish an internal swale and must be independent from the fence. All of this requires a wider setback than the 1.5 meter shown, which was initially approved for the RS zone. And the 1.9 meters, even where it's required where there's entrances, is not wide enough. The 1.2 meters that builders provide, if all of the entrances are in the front and rear, is insufficient. Next slide, please. This is the 2025 infill compliance data for safety codes. There has been almost a 4-fold increase in complaints and verified infractions for excavation failures beyond fencing, and an increasing in non-compliance with fencing. There is concern this data may not reflect the complaints that are being referred to OHS, even if there is not compliance with the objectives of the building code to protect adjacent structures from damage and the public from hazards or injury. Next slide, please. RIWG encourages the city to provide consistent expectations for builders to protect adjacent homes from structural damage, whether they are older buildings or newer infill buildings. Protection of excavations next to new infill buildings is important when the next infill is built next to it, because there will be a greater risk of failure where there is recently disturbed backfill against the foundation. This may impact access to dwellings. Next slide, please. Engineer Lubo from LWL Engineering recommends a comprehensive geotechnical assessment be mandatory for every infill project, for engineered excavation protection systems to be required to mitigate risk of soil movement and failure. This is similar to what Ottawa implemented in 2022. And he also recommends pre- and post-construction condition surveys of adjacent homes to be conducted to ensure no damage occurs. Next slide, please. So here are a few slides to demonstrate why all of this is necessary. These show an excavation for row housing next to, oh, next slide, please. Actually, there we go. This slide shows an excavation for row housing next to a bungalow in Otwell that has failed along the entire length, putting the newly purchased home of a young family and the rear garage at risk of structural damage. Next slide, please. This failure resulted in the entire side yard next to a recently built infill falling into the excavation. Shoring was added after the fact, but was insufficient strength to protect workers constructing footings. And I'll say that this also occurred after heavy rains in June. Next slide, please. This is in McKernan. The side yard of a new infill home and fence moved into the excavation, but this did not prevent the builder from requiring workers to enter the excavation to install weeping tile. You can't see them, it's too dark there, but there are workers in that excavation. The fencing was not continuous either. Next slide, please. Without shoring protection being required for future excavations, there is a great risk that retaining soil next to the foundations of new infill homes could move into the excavation and result in compromising access to dwellings. And this slide here is in Crestwood. This is a very complex site. Oh, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Harstaff, for that. Sorry, you're all good. I'm just thanking you for speaking. Okay, before we're going to go to questions of admin, we do have some special guests that are joining us who just kind of came in. This is the grade 4 class from A. Blair McPherson School. They are in Ward Simo P. Tappy, I will get that right. And Councillor Joanne Wright is your councillor. I believe she is online, so you might be able to see her waving. There you go. Please wave to her. And your teacher is Jay Moore, is what I've got for that. And are you guys doing a tour today? Are you doing a mock city council? What's going on here? Hi.
We're doing City Hall School, so we're here Monday to Wednesday.
Okay, great.
2 days in June.
Okay, have you selected a mayor yet?
Yes, yesterday.
Okay.
Yes.
Would the mayor like to come up and introduce himself?
Hello, my name is Cabian, and I'm a grade 4 student at A. Blair McPherson School.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor. I can't really see with the screen right there. It's kind of blocking, but good to see you. Do you know what you guys are going to talk about and what you're going to have for a debate? Have you figured that out yet, or are we still getting there?
We're still getting
We're still getting there. Okay. Well, when you do, make sure that you go back to your counselor, right, and let them know kind of what the status was on it, because, hey, she might take that information and bring it forward to council. You never know. So thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I hope you take this job you have as mayor seriously, because it's a big one. You got to make sure that you coordinate everything. So enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the tour. Enjoy City Hall. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. And we're going to give you a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, now back to the task at hand. So we're done with speakers. So we're going to go to questions of our men, and our delegation is all sitting in front of us, ready to go. So I'll just check on the board if any of my committee colleagues have any questions they would like to ask. Please sign up. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you were up first.
Thanks very much. I just want to follow up on the questions that were raised by a few of the speakers this week and last time we saw this matter, just around the distinction between secondary suites versus principal dwellings, and wondering if that's something that happens in the zoning bylaw or at the building permit stage.
Hi, Councillor. It's Travis here, Branch Manager of Development Services. Just before we answer, and sorry for taking up some of your time, but this is a team that you haven't seen frequently in front of council or committee, so just want to introduce them as Steve Goodwin, Director of Safety Codes. He's a master electrician, journeyman, pipe fitter and gas fitter. He's joined by Chad Rich, who's a general supervisor of our continuous learning team, and Simon Wonderly, who's here to answer questions as well as our lawyer, Devin Kim here. So in terms of the definition or the determination of secondary suites as a full dwelling unit or a secondary suite, I'll pass it over to the team here.
Yeah, definitely a building code item as well as a zoning bylaw item. When it comes to the building code, it's got to be it's a subordinate dwelling. It's got to exist in conjunction with a primary dwelling. The two can form a single real estate entity. Does that answer the question?
I think so. I mean, I think I'm hearing concern that, a lot of the 8 plexes being built should be built as apartments to those standards rather than as row houses with secondary suites. Just wondering if there's any commentary on that. I assume that these are being built safely. Yeah, just wanting to get a sense on that.
So, Councillor, all of the buildings are inspected and permitted to ensure that they are built to code. In terms of the definition of secondary suite, we do have further work coming forward during the Lodging House report in June around that definition. I think where some of the gray zone comes up is when we have some of those 2-story secondary suites below or above a 2-story primary unit. The definition currently is that that secondary suite is subordinate and also smaller than that unit. There isn't a percentage or a value determined in terms of what is smaller. Smaller is smaller. It could be a square meter, a square foot, etc. So I think in terms of the zoning bylaw piece of defining whether it's a secondary suite or it should be permitted as a multi-unit development, which is still allowed in the RS zone, we have that conversation coming up in lodging houses, which can help clarify in terms of where committee and council want to go with that definition.
Okay, that's helpful to know that work is coming up. Just shifting gears a little bit, really appreciate the work that the teams are doing to advance more cases to court. I think that makes a lot of sense. I just want to clarify, excuse me just a moment. The report notes that the Act states the municipality may issue a permit to an applicant that complies with the Act's requirements. I just want to understand if that's a may or a must. I know the MGA, I think, says that if it complies with our zoning bylaw, we must issue the permit. Is that the same for the Building Code and Safety Act?
Thanks. That actually comes out of provincial regulation, and it states that it's also reinforced through our municipal bylaw here as well. But it states that we may issue a permit, but we may not issue a permit in cases where fees haven't been paid, an insufficient application hasn't been submitted, things of that nature. General steps.
Okay, so there are some very specific criteria for the discretion there. Okay, thank you. I just have a couple more questions. We'll come around. Thank you.
Councillor Stephen, I can give you a little more time because Mr. Pollock did the introduction, so he took a little bit of your time. So but maybe just keep going.
Oh, thanks. The report notes that administration has finalized the staffing and organizational structure for CCAT. I was just wondering how many resources are going to be committed to this work? How many folks we've got?
Sure. Good morning. Currently, we have got 5.5 FTEs committed to this work through our CCAT team primarily and across the development and inspection, enforcement, and compliance teams.
Okay, and just confirming that that is funded by the development services business model in terms of fees.
Correct.
And I guess just sort of monitoring, will there be a one-year implementation report coming back to committee so we can see how those resources are keeping up with demand?
Sorry, what was that again, Councillor?
Could there be a one-year implementation report that comes back to committee, just so we can get a sense of outcomes and to see if 5.5 FTEs is meeting demand?
So including in the overall compliance team, it isn't just restricted to those 5.5 FTEs. There's the entire compliance ecosystem that includes development compliance officers as well as safety code compliance officers and bylaw enforcement officers, peace officers to deal with the community standards bylaw. So the team is much larger, or the compliance team is much larger than just that 5 across just development services. There's about 25 FTEs related to compliance activities. That has increased about 30% in the last 2 years, and we're looking to further increase that this year as well. We've already have approval to increase those resources through the planning development business model to keep up with that demand. In terms of providing a update, a memo may be sufficient as well if that works.
Great, yeah, thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Over to you, Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand. So all of this work is being funded through the development services model. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you determine you need to scale up from 5 to 7 to 9, you can do that on your own independent of council?
Correct.
That doesn't require additional council direction?
It does not.
Okay, thank you. So when you see some of the stats about increased infill complaints, is that a function of just baseline increase of infill, or are we seeing certain complaints, demolitions or something else coming up more?
I think when you normalize that data over the volume that we've seen in terms of increased applications and the locations, we've seen about a 4 to 5 times increase in volume of applications, and that corresponds to roughly the increase in complaints. I'll leave it to the team in terms of if there's a deviation of what types of infractions we're seeing.
Good morning. So important to note that traditionally looking back, it was focused just on infill complaints. As we move forward with the new dashboard, it's construction across the board. Renovations, infill, greenfield, facade renovations. So when we capture all that, we're still under 1% for complaints when it comes across.
Right, so it's okay. But within that, say in one particular area, I can think of one of the most emotional ones I hear about is demolitions. Are we seeing more or less demolition issues?
I would say that they're migrating on par. Would that be accurate?
I wouldn't say the numbers are increasing. We have strengthened our partnerships with our provincial counterparts at OH&S and working much closer in collaboration for legislation that they hold, such as asbestos or worker safety.
Yeah, I'll look maybe to the discretion of the chair or legal, but I have some questions about just the premise of, if I understand the report, is we are unable to refuse a building permit to a person regardless of what they've done in the past. Is that correct?
So under the Safety Codes Act, we have limited authority under Section 66. So when we're looking at that, there's nothing that grants us the authority to refuse building permits based on a builder's past history. So I would say we don't have the authority to refuse building permits based on a builder's past history.
Okay, does that undermine other compliance levers? Like if a builder's past history of complaints that we may not refuse their permit, but we may say require training or remediation, is that allowed?
So like what's proposed in the report is putting them in that higher oversight, I guess, category is what we're kind of phrasing it as right now in regards to like additional inspections and voluntarily training program.
How about increased cost of, like we have fast track programs for some things in the city. Is there we'll grant you your permit. It's just going to take 3.5 years. Everything has to be handwritten in 3 different languages, and you pay 17 times the fines. Or sorry, I meant development fees.
So
yeah,
Councillor,
we're
right
allowing
now,
you your permit. It's just going to be a process, sir.
In terms of the higher oversight or the objective of the construction accountability program is to move them into compliance, and through that there's further education. We know there's additional costs associated with that education, as well as additional inspections. Those cost more money. Education costs more time. The requirements in terms of having the mandatory PIP come through as well increases that time and expense line items to the developer and the builder to incentivize them to do a better job.
Is there a parallel elsewhere? Like if I open a restaurant and I get found guilty of an OHS violation, can I be banned from opening another restaurant?
It's a great question. I am not sure. I would have to look into that.
Because I believe also like demolitions, like we are required under the MGA. If somebody wants to demolish their property, they are allowed, right?
Correct.
So I think this is an important communication point for us to the public that there's some interfaces here with the provincial government that we would need additional support for.
Agreed, and along with our compliance and enforcement approach, there is a communications approach in terms of outlining the roles and responsibilities, why it's happening, what can you do to prepare yourself and your home if infill is coming next door, what's the responsibility of the builder, what happens when there's a breach of those responsibilities, here's who to contact, which is in terms of that the coordinated construction complaint team that acts as that one window, which creates not only the intake but also the feedback to ensure that the complainer or the person who has the complaint is followed up on to ensure that there's been action and that action is known.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And before I'm going to jump to myself, so I'm going to give you the chair, Councillor Jans. But I just want to take a moment. So our mayor has arrived, Mayor Andrew Knack. This is the grade 4 class from A. Blair McPherson School with Councillor Wright. So you want to welcome them. They're doing a city hall. They haven't done a mayor. They haven't done all that kind of stuff. They picked a mayor, but they haven't gone to the actual proceedings yet. So.
Well, welcome. I think this is the same class we met yesterday, right? The grade 4 class. Good to see everyone. They came in and checked out the office. So great to see all of you again.
Oh, great, Councillor Jans, you have the chair. I'm just going to jump into a couple questions. Okay, so when I'm reading all this, I like it. We're taking the initiative. It's great. I think we've got budget figured out. We've got staffing figured out. The timing, I understand on that. I guess sort of, if I was just going to go to Speaker Hardstaff, sort of like those complaints that we heard from her, Mr. Pollock, would those be, as we kind of roll this out for Q2, would those all be kind of captured and addressed in a little bit more of a, efficient kind of formal way, or?
So two approaches there. One, Speaker Hardstaff mentioned around the side setbacks and all of the functions that need to happen in there, whether it's the window wells, the pathways, the stairs, the entrances, etc. We have yet to see a lot of those examples that have resulted from the change of regulation that we made last July, which increases that setback to accommodate all of those uses and functions within that side setback if there's doors, etc. If there isn't doors, it functions as similar to how a current house functions. Current house can be up to 1.2 meters from there because those functions aren't within there. So I would say some of those anecdotes and some of those pictures will get better by function, that there are additional regulations required to ensure that those operations are allowed to occur within that side setback. The pieces around excavation and other construction-related activities. Construction in general it's not a perfect outcome, just in terms of there's demolition involved, there's digging involved, there's putting up foundations and buildings, etc. So the overall compliance and enforcement ecosystem is built upon ensuring and educating to make sure those outcomes are positive in the end. There's going to be outliers. We aren't up here saying that this system is going to stop everything. That's not possible. Construction works in a dynamic environment. There's rains that affect some of those soils, etc. It's about how the system and the people react and remedy those situations as they move forward. And what we're seeing in terms of that enforcement, and we'll take shoring and excavation for an example. I think there was about roughly 100 complaints about shoring and excavation. 43 infractions were given, so that means out of those 100, we had 100 site visits. We noticed that 43 were actually out of the norm or needed fixing or course correcting. So when that happens is that we place essentially a stop work order on site that is in place until that situation is remedied, so that there is mitigations in place. What you see in terms of those enforcement numbers, I think it was about 3 or 4 on the shoring section, so it went from like 140 to 3. Those 3 are the ones that have ignored our orders, and that's when we proceed with enforcement actions, which includes fines and court orders, etc. Our number one goal is to ensure that the construction is done safely and in compliance, and then if the construction falls outside of that, it's to remedy that as quick as possible.
Okay, I guess so. That kind of feedback that you just gave, right? I mean, if this was from before we made some of the changes, are we just ensuring that that goes back when we're getting the complaints in? Hey, here's when we looked at it, here's the assessment, so everybody knows exactly kind of where the state of play is.
Correct. It happened previously. It just now will happen quicker, and the allocation will be more efficient.
Okay. Okay, I think that's great for me now. So thank you. To Councillor Tang was the next set of questions.
Great, thank you very much, and appreciate this report. I just want to relay some of the feedback from residents in my area, and so I'll just go through this one at a time. Number one is around timeline, feeling that, the rollout is too slow. CAP may be the right long-term vehicle, but active permits are moving ahead now under PIP framework still has a lot of clear gaps. And I think, I agree with some of the speakers that, PIP really doesn't have teeth. So I'm wondering if you can comment on the timeline piece. When we approved, all the zoning bylaw renewal pieces and the amendments that came after, my understanding certainly was that the accountability side would match in step with the regulation changes, but it hasn't occurred. And I understand why it has been delayed, but with some of these work here, what does it take to expedite it?
So, Councillor, just to reassure everyone, is while this work is being completed, enforcement and compliance continues. It continues under the existing framework, which allows us to go and enforce on any infractions and remedy those. What's being brought forward today is I guess we'll call it a streamlining approach, as well as additional hurdles or restrictions in terms of how we issue permits as we move forward. As we bring these online, there is ongoing testing in the background. For instance, the coordinated construction complaint team is already actively working on coordinating all of them. We're working through the kinks because we have on there no less than 7 different agencies and bylaws and regulations that we need to enforce, which requires the distribution of a number of different enforcement officers out there. So that's occurring. We're not waiting for these strict implementation dates as outlined on the report to activate any of these. As they the systems are built and brought online, they will be enacted. If it's sooner, great, but these are our target timelines.
And this is the best you can, this is the best timeline we can get at this moment, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think, yeah, and I think that's the important piece, is that it doesn't mean compliance isn't in place or we're waiting, but it's happening concurrent. I wanted to ask about communications, because I think a lot of the instances I'm hearing is that neighbors are noticing that despite the requirement for notification for neighbors 7 to 14 days before the work starts, sometimes work do start, and when they do reach out, either through 301 and then being redirected to development services, they get the answer in terms of the whatever the permit conditions have been fulfilled, etc. But so residents are still left navigating a very complex system on their own. And when they reach out to the builder, information on the board, on the signage, they get directed to city. And when they reach out to the city, they get directed back to the builder. So they're being like bounced back and forth. And this happens quite frequently. Can you speak to that?
So I think in terms of the overall communication, we can do better, and we plan on doing better in terms of outlining the resources and responsibilities and having dedicated staff there to hear the residents' issues and direct them appropriately and arm them with the sufficient information. In terms of notification around development that's happening, I understand that it can be seen as quickly or as proceeding quickly and not within the mandated timelines. And just to clarify around some of those timelines, if you have a permitted build, the notification requirements are to put a sign up on site. And that's when you get the development permit for the larger structure. For a demolition, that can proceed separately. You don't need a new development permit for a building to get a demolition permit. Those demolition permits do get issued, and when they do get issued, sometimes demolition proceeds within a couple of days if there isn't additional remediation that needs to occur in terms of asbestos, etc. So there's maybe a perception in terms of speed that is progressing and that proper notification isn't given, but it may relate to some of those different permits that are required and that they can do in lockstep, not necessarily in sequential order.
Okay. Oh, I think in this case, it wasn't demolition. It was around interior activity, temporary fencing coming up. Anyways, I'll come around for another round. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans, you are up whenever you are ready.
Thank you about that. Thank you for that. I guess I just wanted to dig into the proactivity a little more. I think there's a lot we can do in advance, and could you share more about what those steps will be?
In terms of communications with residents or builders, or?
Both, I think.
Both? All right.
Yeah.
So I think their infill has progressed beyond what we saw sort of initial, we'll call it phase 1 or evolution 1 back in 2014, 15 when we started seeing narrow home constructions. That was pretty focused in terms of which neighborhoods and also the volume that we saw. In terms of the new evolution of infill with additional pressures put on through policy as well as regulatory streamlining and the overall direction that the city wants to take, infill has increased exponentially. So with that, we have it happening in more neighborhoods. We having it just more in general, which necessarily or necessitates, or not necessitates, but it then relates to additional people experiencing infill. So we have to approach it a little bit differently. Previously, I'll call it in 2015, we had a very dedicated team that would go out and provide information by hand, by go physically to the doors and talk to people. Because of that volume, we can't do that anymore. So we have to take different tactics around communicating why infill is happening, how it's going to happen, as mentioned, who's responsible, and when those responsibilities are breached, here's what to do. here's who to contact, and through that coordinated office, that is that one landing window, that one landing spot that people can come in, get the information they need, and then also have that feedback loop to them when the compliance order is finished. Like, we can't tell them the nitty-gritty details of all those compliance enforcement activities, but we can say it's been addressed, here's how it's addressed, et cetera, and help create those connections with those neighborhood builders as well. There is a role of industry to play in this, in terms of having those builders act responsibly and be good neighbors. And we are working with our industry partners through education programs to help build that competency and ensure that outreach is happening.
Thank you for that. I think one other aspect we haven't touched on here is the fires. That we had some fires, and I understand that the fire department has been investigating. So I don't want to jump to conclusions here. We know there was other issues. What other steps can the city take here to help protect neighbors and mitigate risk?
In terms of fire or in general?
I'm thinking specifically about some of the fires we've seen on in progress construction sites.
Yeah, so I think in terms of those specific instances, fire and police are continuing to investigate those. I think in terms of steps for the city to take, we are taking those already. We require those construction sites to meet code in terms of how they're built, that proximity in terms of between adjacent buildings, those materiality changes that reflect need for hardening, et cetera, or less openings. And I'll look to the team as well to supply some additional information of what's required during construction.
So as part of the application process already, there's a fire safety plan that's required, and the fire code has provisions for adjacent property protection already built in.
Right, and is that a provincial or is that a city policy?
That's provincial and a derivative of national codes.
Right. Jumping over to, as we're seeing more infills, and if there are issues with collapse in terms of shoring or other things like that, at some point, like, the insurance company is going to get involved. Are we seeing, as we see increased construction, are we seeing increased insurance rates, charges, et cetera, settlements? Like, at what point may the insurer come in and say, we're legislating that you do these things now, so we don't have to deal with payouts or something later?
We are unaware of any charges like that.
Interesting. So if there is a construction failure of any kind, that is born, like, in order to build, you must have insurance, right?
Builder insurance, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's something to unpack, but I have a number of other questions, but overall, I want to say this is, like, I'm glad the trajectory is correct. We are moving in it, and I think it's yeah, I'm seeing some good things there. So, at the risk of belaboring this at committee, well, I'm out of time anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just following up from my last round, I would like to put a motion on the floor that administration report back to Urban Planning Committee on the first year of implementation of the new construction accountability program, due date Q3 2027. And if I could just take a quick moment to introduce that. Again, I think there's a lot of really exciting work that's happening. And I think a report back at a public meeting is a really great opportunity for us to demonstrate to Edmontonians the work that is going into this, and hear from residents in terms of any successes that they're seeing or areas that we need to strengthen further. So this is just an opportunity, I think, to celebrate the work that's happening and look to strengthen it further. And I don't have any other questions, but happy to take any if colleagues have questions on the motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. The motion's in order. We checked on that. It is displayed. So we'll continue with questions. If you have questions about the motion, or if you've got a couple of questions maybe to the report, I'm okay with that as well. Councillor Jans, maybe take the chair.
Taken.
Because I just have a quick question. And Councillor Stevenson, it's just in regards to your motion. Love it. Thank you for doing that. I guess my only suggestion is like, you want to go back for first year of implementation, but we wouldn't, that's not till Q3 2027. I would like to see this a little bit sooner, right? how are you feeling about maybe a friendly amendment if this was a 6-month check-in and a year?
Yeah, more than happy to accommodate that. I think administration could advise when that 6-month mark might be, so that I think we want to be capturing when the full team is in place. And so they could maybe speak to a good timeline for that, but certainly agree that earlier and more frequent touch points can be a good thing.
Mr. Pollock, I'll go to you on that before we kind of proceed.
Yeah, Councillor, appreciate the want and the need, and agree in terms of that transparency of how this system and the team is working. In terms of 6 months, it might be a little bit too soon. What I would suggest is that as this rolls out, we can do a little bit better in terms of that communication and provide a memo in terms of that first couple of months of how the team is operating and that it's now online. And then that 1 year, I think, gives enough time in terms of being able to monitor and create that data set with the teams in place for a full committee report.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that suggestion. I think a memo, I don't think we need to change the motion that's on there, as long as that's kind of considered, and we'll hold you to that. It's just sort of a check-in with it. I know you might not have all the data. But I guess my other question on that kind of lines with this line of questioning is just on the dashboard, right? So I know we want to update that and see where it is, and I was just looking at it. Maybe just give me I think you had in there, maybe just refresh my memory on what are the timelines on that, and if that's going to be internal or public facing.
My apologies, I'm not quite sure I understand.
I'm just looking for an update on the dashboard.
It is operational. It is a manual entered system right now.
Yeah.
It is going to evolve, and from there we're going to be able to derive our focus areas as we move forward.
Okay. And timing on that, just so we all know, when it does kind of evolve, it takes the next step?
It is already evolving for accuracy purposes behind the scenes. As we move forward within the next 6 months, we are hoping to have something that's very concrete. That is a reliable and transparent source.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'm good for questions there. I will move on to, I don't see anyone from the committee, so I'll move on to Councillor Tang.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good motion. I have some, just want to finish out some questions. So, Mr. Pollack, when you say that, because I think I heard you mention, roles for people, for city staff to kind of play some of that bridging and listening. I'm assuming you're referencing the infill liaison team, correct?
Sorry, Councillor, I missed the description of the question.
I think earlier in your response to me, I didn't have a chance to follow up, but you had mentioned, the expectation to have some of the roles, not necessarily compliance officers, but certainly, roles to help build some bridging and understanding and fill some of that communication gap beyond just development services or 301. And I'm assuming you're talking about the infill liaison team.
Correct.
And then when is the timeline for that team to be in place? I mean, I know you're in the process of putting them in place, but when can we expect them to be boots on the ground?
So 2 of the 4 members are already been recruited and are active. And as we build out that program, we'll look to recruit those other resources in terms of what we expect to have them on, as you say, boots on the ground.
Yeah. And then for some of us who want to do some of that proactive communication, can we expect some support there working with administrations, with this team, for example?
Yeah, I think the team, in the terms of what we expect them to do, is build those resources for everyone to use, and then help out where needed.
Okay. As we see sort of an increase in permits, I'm also seeing an increase in, like, walking around the neighborhood, seeing names of builders that I've never seen before. I guess I'm just wondering, in achieving some of these accountability measures, you want to be connecting and working with industry. But what if some of these groups are not part of the industry, that they might be new on the scene or even new to town? I guess, what are some of the reassurances that residents can have that like everyone's being brought up to the same understanding quickly.
Yeah, so I think the number of builders and new builders is both a strength and a challenge of our industry. That just means that we have to be that more proactive and reach out. And I think the PIP program, or the Project Implementation Plan, which outlines all the applicable legislation that a builder needs to follow, is a great resource, and we'll look to leverage that as we see new builders come into the system.
And I had thought the PIP, or the way I interpreted it, was that the PIP will be required for all new builds, no matter what. Correct?
That's correct.
So, but then the high oversight ones, you know, if you're having one too many infractions, you are in this high oversight category. So I'm like, why is it only the high oversight ones required, even though they're kind of required for everyone?
So they're required to have a PIP on site for all new construction. We will review their PIP in the office for those in high oversight status, and that's to make sure that we can handle the volume.
Okay. Okay. Because to me, requiring PIP is sort of the baseline for everyone, and I'm trying to just understand like what more is going to be involved in the high standards versus, sorry, high oversight versus standard oversight. And then, you know, is training mandatory? Like if you don't attend, like you have to attend in order to actually get your permit to do whatever you need to do.
The
Go ahead.
Sorry. The purpose of the plan is to not slow down the builders that are doing things properly already. Mm-hmm. So by having that PIP on file and available when our SCOs get to the job site, they've already committed to doing things properly at the initial stages by providing a letter of commitment. The ones that are in high oversight are the ones that we do need to review their PIP document just to make sure they are aware of all their obligations from the legislative side of things.
Yeah, and I think like I'm hearing from a lot of residents, right? Like a letter of commitment doesn't lay out, like it doesn't tell them it doesn't tell the neighbors anything, unfortunately. And so I guess, you know, so I'm gonna continuously run into this with folks where, well, PIP continues to not have any teeth. Anyways, I'm out of time. I do want to come back for one more round, close out some thoughts here.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And again, like I think this is going in the right direction, and I think having the check-in is really important. So I do commend the thinking here, but I'm flummoxed that we are not able to deny a building permit, yet there's some other measures we're able to do and require. Can we require, like if you do something poorly, you violate the PIP, you're on the red list now, can we require that you pay a full-time FTE from the city, a full-time project manager from the city, to be there to watch your site 365 days a year?
Councillor, I think in terms of what we can do and what we can't, there's a legislative piece where it's pretty strict that we can't deny a permit. There's also a piece in there around fair and reasonableness in terms of requiring additional aspects. So there's a balance that we need to strike. Otherwise, whatever we do can be easily struck down through a challenge of that requirement. So in terms of that high oversight, it is that mandatory PIP review. It's also the education session. There's increased inspections in terms of that additional oversight to bring them into compliance. And with those, it comes higher fees as well that we're looking to explore to tack on.
I guess where I start, like, and so there's an illegal demolition. I mean, the PIP won't matter in that case. They already went and did something illegally without a permit. There's no amount of action that we could take on our side to regulate that person.
There's fines when we see those types of actions.
But those fines are what, 10K?
Yeah, established by the courts. So it could be up to $100,000.
Yeah, so significant but insignificant too. Like, so I feel like there's a reasonableness for sure, but I feel like we can continue pushing that boundary a little more. So I'll support the mover's motion, but I wonder if there's somebody who, after multiple violations of their PIP, construction failures, this, are they really going to take the city to court and say, yeah, just because I screwed up my last 3 builds and flagrantly violated all of these things, the city is now making me pay a project manager? Like, I still feel like there's a lot more bullishness we could have on this.
So I'd caution in the fact that we're speaking in hypotheticals. Overall, in general, our builders do a good job. Do things happen? Yes. Are there a small minority out there that give a bad name? Yes. And that's what the system here is designed to do. And I think what we're saying is that this is our best recommendation, and we would like to see how this brings further compliance in across the system before we look to tighten things as well. Further, because as Steve mentioned, there is a balance here where we're here to facilitate construction and those good builders as well. So we have to be wary of putting in additional trips and traps in terms of as we go forward. That doesn't slow down the entire system.
So maybe then could we have a metric that how many of the issues are with the same builder and over?
So I think we are exploring some transparency around that list, and what we're allowed to do as a communication piece to display to the public, whether that's on-site notification or a website that lists those people in the high oversight category, or those builders, I should say.
Okay, thanks. Nothing further.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. When's the last time a builder that might be considered in that high category has successfully won a challenge against the city for being unreasonable in our enforcement? Has that ever happened?
No.
I'm seeing shaking heads. No, I just want to see it. Great. So the reason I asked that question is just if I could be frank, I think we need to push the boundary a little bit more. And I hear what you're saying. And I hear that we're trying to be concerned, but the fact is, if we haven't had a successful challenge against us that we have been unreasonable, I don't see the challenge of pushing the envelope a little bit more for the small percentage, because it is a small percentage, but those are the ones that wreck the entire infill conversation. They're the ones that cause people to have a lack of trust in the system. So what do you need from us in the form of a motion to allow you to, I mean, I'm not going to quite go as far as saying I need someone there 365, 24/7, but I am going to go as far as saying I'd like to see someone during the daytime for that small percentage. They should absolutely, if they've been violating our rules over and over again, let's have them out on the daytime site 7 days a week. So what do I need to do to make sure I give you that permission to do that?
We don't need a motion or direction on that. What I would suggest is that we have a program and development program in place. What we can do as we implement that so that we don't slow down what we have in progress right now. We can look at other measures and determine the feasibility, legality of it all. And then as we go in there, we can turn some dials and tweak to increase that as we see that data come in.
Great. How quick will that take? I just, like, I mean, and I don't mean to be so, like, sort of blunt on this, but, like, this is the thing. We've got a lot of work happening. We've got community members who feel that their homes are under threat. And I want to give them their assurance that we are taking this absolutely seriously. I know you are, but there is a perception from some that we aren't taking it as seriously as it needs to be. So I just want to get a timeline of, like, how long before we can have that next step of that conversation. What is that? Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months at that 6-month memo check-in with Councillor Clark? What's the timeline for that?
Yeah, I think we can outline in that 6-month memo check-in. Again, what we're projecting is that the CAP program be fully operational in Q3, Q4 this year, which because there is a certain lag time, because we need to collect that data on the quote-unquote bad builders before they're put into any sort of oversight category, there needs to be some time that's involved in that one. So as we continue to monitor and enforce and gather data on the current season, we can look to see what that means.
So you can do, so what I guess I want to make sure I'm clear on is that while this data is being gathered over this construction season, concurrently you can also begin the process so that for next construction season, if we have a list of bad builders still, that we're ready to go at the beginning of sort of this time next year to say, Councillor Janz's idea of somebody on site 7 days a week during the daytime is ready to go. What I want to be ready for is data collection over the next 6 months, ready for implementation at the beginning of 2027. Is that reasonable?
With our data collection over the next 6 months and the introduction of the Coordinated Construction Accountability Team, we are going to be trend tracking to determine where we need to focus those efforts.
Great to hear. Okay, great. Well, then, yeah, I think what I would want to make sure we see in that memo is a clear understanding of how we implement exactly what was suggested. And if it doesn't need a motion, I'm not going to make it, but I want to make sure that's captured in the memo so that we all know where that's at. And most importantly, the public knows where that's at because they want to see that action. So thank you. I appreciate the answers. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. And just want to double check that we're clear on kind of the requests on the memo. Mr. Pollock, that makes sense to you?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the conversation so far, and just want to clear up a few additional points for how we may be able to take this further. Have we ever contemplated requiring some sort of bond for builders that are part of the high oversight category? I know we've looked in the past at a model that would apply to private property, and there are limitations there. But what about for public property?
So you're correct. We looked at bonds during the last report that Tapen Council around construction accountability and specifically around shoring. I looked at the team in terms of sort of the pitfalls of bonds and securities in terms of ensuring construction on private property or private property construction that maybe have off-site impacts and what the interplay is of that. So perhaps the team or legal can chime in around.
Yeah, so we did explore that in our last report. From a legal perspective, we found some hurdles with that in how that could move forward and actually action them to be productive.
Right, and that's if it is damage to like adjacent private property. But I'm also wondering if we've considered a requirement for, if there's higher risk that there's going to be damage to public property, and if a bond might be an additional tool or layer to include for people or for builders that are in the higher oversight category, in recognition of that higher risk and our need to mitigate it.
There would probably need to be a direct relation in terms of that previous behavior. If the results that put them into that higher oversight category were because of destruction of public property, we could look into some of those links and what that can look like, but we haven't explored that in terms of as an option to pursue to further that construction accountability piece.
Okay. Is that, I guess, how would we get a little bit more information on opportunities there? What would be the best way to direct that?
So what I would suggest is that would follow in further turning the dial than what's currently proposed. So that's step 2 in terms of if what's being proposed is not having the intended outcomes, we can look to further strengthen that. And I think that conversation then around whether it's that memo or that full year would probably be the best spot. We can also look in terms of if the motion is to come back in a year, we can add in maybe wording around further implementation mechanisms. I don't want to necessarily constrain it to just the bonds because I hear a broad consensus that what are the other options that are out there.
Okay, great. And I think there could be value in just adding some additional language there if that's of interest to committee, just so that I see other folks on the board. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you. Over to you, Mayor Knack.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, we're all saying the same thing, but I think we should actually capture it. So I'll just make an amendment to add a point 2 to this motion that says that administration provide a memo to council in Q4 2026 that shows the progress on the implementation of the new construction accountability program, as well as an update on the implementation of greater enforcement and oversight on any builders who are identified in the higher risk category. So I'll just make that amendment quickly to introduce. This really just takes the idea that Councillor Clark had identified, along with the feedback I've been hearing from almost every member of council and the answers I heard from administration, that they're going to do that anyways. But it's always good for us to document this, and I want to give the public some assurance that this work and that memo will come back as well. And we're not going to have to wait for the full year report on this. This gives us the chance to make sure it's happening. If it isn't happening when the memo comes back, we can make a motion at that time to make sure that administration is clearly moving on that next layer of enforcement. So that's the point of having just a point 2 here to capture what we've already talked about.
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest a Q1 report back, just because of the implementation date of CAP is expected to be Q3, border on Q4, so like there's some lag and lead time that we need to accomplish.
I think what we'll do, I wouldn't mind, maybe we'll have you can do a sort of a Q4 interim on the enforcement piece that we just talked about, and then a Q1 on the construction accountability piece that Councillor Clark. But I think I'll leave that dated the way it is, and then we can supplement that work as it comes forward. So I'll leave that as right now worded, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. I think we have that up there. And do we get a seconder for that? Or? No. Okay. Anywhere introduced? Okay. So we'll just kind of move to questions as for the new amendment to there. And I don't see any from my colleagues on committee, so maybe I'll just go to Councillor Tang.
Great. Can Mr. Yu just confirm my earlier question? So just on the training, you must attend to get your permit, and this includes all permits like demolition and whatnot. Is that correct? If you're in the high oversight group.
My apologies, I'm just reading as I go. My hearing's not as good as it could be. Every permit that's in high oversight will require a review of the PIP document and a letter of commitment and additional inspections on site during the construction process.
And the education requirement, is that correct?
Correct.
And so if they, like on the education, they must complete the education to get any permit related to their project.
As we move forward and we develop that training process, yes, they are going to have to come and complete some time learning what they need to do.
Okay, because I think that's the reassurance I need, is they must complete all these requirements before getting any permit, even to demolish.
So the current thinking is that we can't mandate that they come for education. The way it's presented is that they will get to the standard oversight status by completing the education voluntarily.
So, Councillor,
Okay.
Just in terms of that education piece, in order to remove yourself from the high oversight category, you have to complete that training. So there is a restriction in terms of what we need to ensure that everything is included in a building permit application to get approved, and the training isn't one of them because that's not part of the building code.
Okay, I think I just, don't want things to move forward if people haven't really fulfilled what they're supposed to do. And I think I just need that reassurance. That's ultimately, I think, the outcome we're all looking for here, right?
So, Councillor, what you're describing is similar to the original intention of the CAP, which is to refuse permits.
I didn't say those words.
Pardon me?
I didn't say refuse the permit, but I just think there should be some mandatory requirements. But we can see how this process plays out through the memos and the report back. But I just think it's really important, because otherwise, again, we fall back into this trap of these tools have really no teeth if they can continue to to move forward. Maybe I'll just quickly switch over. I think I heard you say that the website will have some of the bad builder list. Can you just confirm that we're talking about the dashboard that's outlined in the report, and you will include builder information?
Councillor, we're exploring the optionality around including that transparency, and so we're still looking to see if we can do that, but if we can, it will be up somewhere visible.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's tied to the dashboard or not. I'm not sure at this point.
Yeah, Devin from legal here. Sorry, I'm just going to add on to Travis's point there. So it would depend on what information is going to be included in that list. We would have to work closely with the Corporate Access and Privacy Office to ensure that we're not disclosing personal information without the proper authority under our privacy legislation.
Okay. Can you include an update on that if in either the memo or the report back?
Yeah, we'll be including an update on that, and we fully understand and hear the need to strengthen this system, and we're on board with that as well.
Thank you. And then finally, just thinking about some of the comments from industry last time, just around, we're providing the stick here. What about carrots? Carrots that could provide more certainty to projects to reward the good builders and reward good behavior. And so I just want to maybe, if you can articulate that, do you feel that if you're just in the standard oversight, is that carrot enough?
Councillor, so what I would say is that as we move forward with a standard oversight or a heightened oversight, the standard oversight has built-in efficiencies in it, including automatic permit approvals, inspections, etc. So that is what we would look to strip away in terms of the carrot or the stick side of things. We still need to have all of our builders, whether they're good or bad, meet the safety code requirements.
Of course, of course. Mr. Chair, I do have just one last question. Happy just to continue, or if you want me to just sign up, because I don't see anybody after me.
Please continue.
I just wanted to touch on the recently released Infill Priority Action Plan by Build. And I just think it's about the point around, coalescing around a proactive approach. I feel like right now we're talking about CAP, and it's almost like playing catch up to the regulatory changes we made. Does administration feel like we're missing this proactive approach? Do we sort of need sort of the next iteration of, let's say, infill roadmap, which was kind of that proactive, approach several years ago that really coalesced from regulation to compliance to all of these things? Wondering if you feel like we're currently missing that.
So, Councillor, I don't think we're missing the proactive approach. I think what we see is a willingness from industry and leadership from them to join us in this journey around increasing and elevating our compliance and safety journey. So that'll include, builder education. We already do that with industry members in terms of meeting with them regularly, putting on sessions around education and learning, making sure they're up to date in all of the current regulations. In terms of the overall compliance or the proactive approach, the permitting and safety code system is designed as one big proactive approach to begin with in terms of that getting that initial permit. So going through the safety code and permit review is that first proactive piece. And I think in terms of working with them and industry as a whole to increase that and elevate that level of the industry on broad and on just at that broad level of overall elevated compliance and knowledge, we're committed to that as well.
And I don't just mean proactive in the sense of kind of tactics that we're taking for accountability, for increasing housing supply, and I guess what I mean is something that council, administration, public can kind of like point to that really coalesces all of those together. And as you mentioned in your opening earlier, that we're looking at sort of the next iteration of infill development and what this looks like in the city. And I feel like we're tackling some of those fears and uncertainty kind of one piece at a time. I don't have anything right now, but I want to just kind of leave that there with council members and committee members. I feel that we're missing some of that cohesive framework that kind of encompass a lot of this, and I feel like in the absence of that, we're sort of communicating as we go rather than having a North Star to point towards. So I'm going to think about that for the next while and may depend on kind of what the memo says coming back. I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think we're progressing. I think certainly that's what I'm excited about.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Tang. I don't see any more questions on the board. Maybe we'll just open up to speaking to this, to the amendment that's moved by Mayor Knack. So I'll just kind of look around, see if there's anyone who wants to speak to it. Okay. In that case, then Mayor Knack to close. Anything else?
No, I'll speak to the main motion. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then please vote on the amendment moved by Mayor Knack.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried 5-0. Okay, great. So now that we have that added in, we will go back to the original motion by Councillor Stevenson. I don't know if we have any additional questions on that, but I will open it up for anyone to speak to it. And we will start with Mayor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Clark, and again, thanks to the administration for this work, and appreciate the work and I would agree with what most have said here. I think we're moving on the right track here. I think you would have heard this through some of the questions. I think really just what I want to make sure we're doing today, and I think this motion gets us there, is make it clear to the public that we're taking this as serious as they want us to be taking it. I think we are, but I don't know if we've communicated as well as we could have, and that's more, I look to myself and how I can communicate that. So I just want to say thank you for your willingness to do this. At the end of the day, I think for this handful of small groups of builders, it's probably 5%, maybe 10%. I don't even care what percentage it is. At the end of the day, I want us to use every single resource possible to get them to comply. And I am more than happy for someone who is breaking the rules to try to challenge us and take us to the courts that we are being unreasonable. I am willing to give you that permission as administration to take that chance, because I think the public wants to know clearly that those who are the small group of people who are genuinely making people's lives challenging, they don't deserve any type of kindness because they're not showing that kindness to their neighbors. So I know the vast majority of builders are doing great work across the city. I can name 100 examples that I go by every day. Folks doing a good job. No complaints against the builders. So I know at the end of the day, we're really talking about a small percentage. But I just want us to all be on the same page that small percentage of folks needs to be held with greater accountability than they are now, and I want to give you permission to do that. So that's the whole idea behind, I think, part of that second part of the motion, and the first is just making sure we stay on top, work with community so that they can see the great work that you're doing day in and day out. So excited about this, excited about the work that's already been done to date, recognizing we had to pivot because of some of the enforcement tools that we have, but I think we're headed in the right direction. So thanks for the great work, and look forward to seeing that small group of builders being held accountable for their bad work so that we can get all the good ones doing great work building housing in the city, because we need to build lots more housing. I think we got lots of great carrots for those who are doing the great work. Now it's time to break out the bigger stick for the ones that are breaking the rules. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, just very quickly, much of what the mayor said, I think this is especially valuable for when I was talking to folks over the last 6 months about the CAP program and the intention that if we had a repeated bad actor, they would be banned from building in the city. That really resonated with folks, even if the end we're talking about is actually 0 builders or 1 or 2 builders. The idea that I think it speaks to that emotional need that we are taking this very seriously, and the anxiety that many neighbors feel when they hear about a new project potentially going up next door, across the alley, or somewhere else. There's a lot of uncertainty. I do think as we communicate and as we go through here, it'll help not just industry do better, but it'll help weed out some of those. I'm not going to vexatious complaints isn't the right word for it. But the complaints where somebody is making a complaint because they don't understand what needs to be done, or like, oh, I'm seeing this thing that's not allowed, is it? It's like, actually that is allowed, and then they have to correct it after. So it's not malicious. It's just, I'm getting calls to my office from people saying, this is happening, is that okay? It's like, yes, that is okay, and they have to remedy it after, sort of thing. So I think like the communication will go both ways. I actually think having this report back is a good thing. I think this is a good news story. I think we should be celebrating your work as we go through going forward, and having you at council more often and at committee more often rather, I think is a good thing. I think it'll build assurance with community. I think it'll remind industry, we're working together. And honestly, if we're seeing some hiccups where there's repeated pain points, then that's something we need to come back and look at as council as well. But overall, this is protecting workers, this is protecting neighbors, this is helping us build a lot more housing where we need it, and making sure that these pieces move through. So overall, full support. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'll jump in here quickly, and thank you for the work it's doing. Thanks for acknowledging that this exists and we can do better on it. And this is really important to the city and to communities, right? So I respect that. Thanks to my colleagues for, I think, including the memo. I support that. I think even if we don't have all the data, Mr. Pollock, I think it's good to have that check-in, and it really just gives reassurance to the community, everything that we're taking this as serious as possible, and we've already got the steps in place that I know your team is doing. And kind of one comment that resonated with me last week when I was at the Build event was, I think it was up on the stage. One of the speakers said, some of our most complex projects are infill projects. And what we're seeing is the most inexperienced builders and developers are the ones taking that on. And that could be okay in some ways, right? I mean, everyone can take on any projects, they're allowed to do that, it's fine. But, that does mean that we do need to check on these a little bit more and be strict on them and hold them more accountable and have more frequent kind of follow-ups and everything on that, if that's what we're seeing across our communities. And I know that is to be true. So that just stuck with me, and I think this hits there, and I'm excited to kind of see this progress and where it goes for the next step. So thank you very much, and I'll pass it on to Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. This report was very highly anticipated. One of the things I often hear in the community is, council approved this new zoning bylaw, and now it's a free-for-all. Well, actually, it's not. There is still quite a bit of regulation in place that people have to follow, and there's also quite a bit of accountability measures. And I think the unfortunate part is that second piece didn't necessarily match in step to the first piece. And so I'm heartened with the progress made to date on this report. And what I'm also hearing is the administration has the same conviction around holding builders accountable, that certainly that I've been looking for. And I think some of these tools and tactics, such as the compliance, the infill liaison team, as much as I want them in place tomorrow, I understand some of the challenges with the delay, and it takes time to build those resources in. But I can't wait for them to hit the ground running, and see some of those resources being brought forward. Typically when I, speak to residents in my area, which infill is a relatively new thing, in Millwoods, older neighborhood like Millwoods, it kind of skipped the last 10 years of incremental change, and it's jumping to the 6 and the 8 plexes and 10 plexes now. So it does come as a shock. And typically the feedback I hear is I break them down to 3 pieces. One is that the general disagreement with the zoning bylaw renewal change in general, and concerns about parking and whatnot, and waste collection, that we have different tools to address. The second category is around concerns around look and design, which we know as council have made a number of changes to make sure a house looks like a house on the street. And I think that third bucket is around accountability in terms of who do I contact, even for basic questions around who's going to fix this shared fence that after demolition, who's going to take care of, the overgrowth, in the yard that's coming into my yard. And oftentimes neighbors do not have a good experience talking to builders who this may be some of their first or second or third projects in the city, and who may not have the best, quite frankly, public relations skills to manage some of these tougher conversations. And when neighbors reach out to 311, they're directed back to development services, and development services direct them to the builder direct them back to the city. And slowly we're just eroding that trust, not just with infill, but also with the city overall. And so these are sort of the three themes that I have come across quite consistently. And, today we're talking about that third bucket about how do we do better. And, I can't wait for some of these to really, be on the ground and in the community. And I think we still lack that cohesive framework. And that's something I hope to see sort of further down the road. Like I said, I don't have anything right now, but I do think that's something we're missing. Just so that everybody can at least understand things from the same sheet. But for now, thank you for this work, and I look forward to being updated on the progress.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson, anything to close?
Yeah, just briefly wanted to thank staff for the great work that they're doing. And I hope what you're hearing today is very strong support for the work that you do. I think the mayor put it well. We want you to feel empowered to explore every avenue to ensure safety for Edmontonians and successful construction in our communities. I'm really excited by the idea of bonds that Councillor Salvador raised, and look forward to that continuing to be explored. And hope that there's also that strong work that's already happening continues in terms of investing in staff and the resources that we need to support this work. All of this is critical for supporting growth management and also ensuring safety for Edmontonians. So thank you again to everyone who's involved in this work and for the community members who've shared their feedback in this process. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any other comments. We will move to the vote. Please vote on the motion up on the screen.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried 5-0. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, that concludes that item, 6.1. We'll be moving on to 7.1, the exhibition lands update, explore Edmonton land needs assessment. And as soon as we get delegation, all right, we'll start with a presentation. Then we'll move to speakers. And I'm pretty confident we'll be able to get that done before we break for lunch. Maybe a little bit more, but we'll kind of see how that goes. So just give us a minute to turn everyone around, everyone. All right, if you're ready to go, please present it. And you can do a quick introduction of who's here, just so everybody is aware as well.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of committee. My name is Chris Hodgson, and I'm the branch manager of real estate. Today I'm joined by Janice Lee, the acting exhibition lands project lead, and Neil Ozaduk, the director of land development. We're here today to present a report outlining the findings of our land needs assessment as it relates to Explore Edmonton's operations as the area redevelops into Council's vision outlined in the Exhibition Lands Planning Framework and as a district node. Next slide, please. Following the closure of the Coliseum in 2016, Northlands, who at the time operated the site, identified to the city that their business model, as existed at the time, was no longer financially viable. While Northlands had their own ideas for what a revision site could look like, those were ultimately not adopted, and the city embarked on its own journey to reimagine the area. Over the following next few years, the city worked with Northlands and Explore Edmonton, which was then known as the Edmonton Economic Development Corporation, on the logistics to transition the operations of the site to Explore Edmonton. In 2019, the Spectrum and Racetrack both closed, and in 2021, operations transferred. In March 2021, Council approved the Exhibition Lands Planning Framework. This framework solidified the vision to transition the lands from vast areas of storage, laydown, and parking into an urban community complete with various residential built forms, transit villages, employment and civic anchors, and expanded park space. The planning framework thoughtfully considered a reduced footprint for Explore Edmonton's future matured business model, which was planned to evolve away from large-scale outdoor events as redevelopment occurred and reflected a strongly utilized trade center operating in a highly urbanized setting. A month later, in April 2021, the Exhibition Lands Implementation Strategy was approved. The strategy laid out the approach the city would take to developing these lands, including working with Explore Edmonton to assist them in transitioning their operations and redevelopment progress from south to north. Phase 1 land sales advanced in 2023 and construction began in 2025. With this work, the city signaled to investors, consultants, contractors, developers, and builders that Exhibition Lands redevelopment was real and it was moving. In August 2025, the province entered into an agreement with the city as part of the master agreement for the Ice District Fan Park and Village. The agreement resulted in the province providing a grant of $55 million to demolish the Coliseum and improve the lands, and it requires that the city spend $35 million on infrastructure improvements within the Exhibition Lands Plan area. Next slide, please. The creation of the Exhibition Lands Planning Framework occurred from 2017 to 2021. Over that 4-year period, administration carried out extensive engagement with a wide array of interested parties. This included Northlands and Explore Edmonton, community leagues and residents from surrounding neighborhoods, business associations, industry groups including the Real Estate Advisory Committee, Urban Development Institute, now known as BUILD, and the Commercial Real Estate Development Association, also known as NAOP, as well as many other interested parties. Over the course of the development of the plan and engagement, multiple iterations of potential land use combinations were presented, commented on, reviewed, revised, and refined. A wide array of considerations were taken into account, including how to activate underutilized lands, impacts to the Expo Center, reductions in parking, changes to how events would be delivered, how the community could take advantage of the adjacent LRT lines, as well as ensuring sustainability and ways to create a compact, dense community. Administration returned to Council 6 times to provide updates and recommended options to the planning framework before it was approved. When the plan was approved in March 2021, it was a culmination of all of that work. It was an intentional shift from the status quo to a sustainable, compact urban community that necessitated an evolution in operations of the Expo Center. Next slide, please. At the April 9th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting, a motion was passed directing administration to complete a land needs assessment to better understand Explore Edmonton's land needs. The assessment was then progressed and included determining what space was required to deliver K-Days in a more efficient footprint, engaging with interested parties, including Explore Edmonton, to better understand their different perspectives, evaluating different land use scenarios, and undertaking an economic analysis to understand high-level impacts of changes. This work found that Explore Edmonton required a minimum of 21 hectares of land to continue to deliver K-Days, the largest event that is delivered on site. 4 land use scenarios were developed and are outlined in Attachment 3. They were presented at 2 workshops to gather feedback from interested parties, which are also included in the attachment. All 4 scenarios included reductions from the current lease and license area of 55 hectares, as shown on the left image, to roughly 21 to 25 hectares. At the workshops, the participants spoke to a wide array of considerations such as market conditions, expo operations, adjacent land use compatibility, business opportunity, parking, noise, and others. A high-level economic analysis was undertaken on the portion of the lands immediately surrounding the expo. It found that a combination of redevelopment and continuing to deliver events, as shown on the central image, provided more financial benefits than either continuing with the status quo with no redevelopment, as shown on the left, or full redevelopment, as shown on the right. If, in the future, Explor's business model evolves into something other than what was contemplated in the approved planning framework, or if the market shifts its demand for different uses, this land needs assessment will position administration well to make recommendations. At this time, our intention is to continue redevelopment per option 3 in alignment with the approved planning framework and implementation strategy. Next slide, please. In consideration of the 21 hectare minimum required to deliver large-scale outdoor events, the upcoming deconstruction of the Coliseum and redevelopment phasing of exhibition lands, administration intends to repurpose the 6 hectare post-deconstruction Coliseum lands just north of 118th Avenue for longer-term interim event space. Using the Coliseum lands as interim event space until redevelopment reaches 118th Avenue gives Explore certainty around land availability for future operations and gives us time to proof test option 2. It aligns with the council-approved implementation strategy, complies with the current zoning, activates the land, allows for flexibility for decisions related to the interim use in the future, and perhaps most importantly, allows for decisions to be made for the market context at that time. Importantly, it also allows administration to build out the first several phases of the plan area to the south, gain momentum and interest, and ultimately grow the market for the higher density development that's planned for the North Transit Village for the ultimate redevelopment of the Coliseum lands. The timing and phasing of the development from south to north will help us to avoid a situation where we try to make the market when the demand doesn't organically exist yet. In the interim, shifting event delivery into the space ensures activation of the site and more efficient utilization of the plan area. Next slide, please. To fund the deconstruction and site improvements of the Coliseum lands, the city has received $55 million in grant funding from the province as part of the master agreement for the Ice District Fan Park and Village. The agreement requires the city to spend an additional $35 million as the city's infrastructure contribution by 2032 at the latest. As outlined in the agreement, this work can include the site clearing, demolitions, and servicing necessary to redevelop the lands, or it could include other works such as park improvements, LRT demolition, refurbishing, renewal, or new construction, or other infrastructure improvements if approved by the province. The city's current work to service Phase 1, demolish the spectrum and other buildings, and subsequent development of future development phases satisfies this obligation to spend $35 million. It also is entirely funded by Land Enterprise retained earnings, meaning that the city is meeting this obligation without having to borrow or spend tax dollars. The $35 million was previously allocated for the Coliseum demolition is not required to meet this obligation and is able to be reprioritized. This could mean it could be intentionally spent on infrastructure within the plan area, or it could be freed up to fund other projects outside of exhibition lands. It's important to note that $19.25 million of that $35 million was provided as bridge funding through Land Enterprise retained earnings and will be paid back through the annual Land Enterprise dividend if not released back to those retained earnings. The retained earnings is used as a funding source to deliver all of the city's land development projects. It's a constrained funding source, and the program is prevented from policy from borrowing or using tax levy funding. This means that the $19.25 million from Land Enterprise retained earnings is continued to be held for other projects. It is not able to be invested into other land development projects and will limit what the program is able to achieve. Next slide, please. In closing, to summarize why we are not recommending revisions to the planning framework at this time, the current approach maintains the approved vision that was developed over 4 years and included perspectives from Explore Edmonton and many, many others. Provides clear direction to evolve the operations of Expo Center to a mature economic development engine that is designed to thrive in a highly urban environment. It provides investor certainty that the approved vision will be maintained, and they can rely on that when considering whether or not to make large multi-million-dollar investments into the community. It allows us to activate the lands that would otherwise sit vacant while we wait for the market to develop. This will help avoid repeating previous land development mistakes, which resulted in the city trying to create high-density developments before the market may have existed to support it. It avoids making changes that have not been accounted for in Land Enterprise's financial models that could jeopardize the project's delivery. And it takes advantage of the provincial grant funding to improve lands that can be temporarily allocated for interim event space. This will allow us to test the size, site requirements, and utilization for events that can inform future decisions if the city's needs change. While we fully expect that exhibition lands planning framework to evolve over time, this approach allows for careful consideration of appropriate land uses, listening to the market, and making land use changes when and where appropriate. As time goes on, we fully intend to work with Explore Edmonton to ensure the impacts of this transition to their business operations is as smooth as possible. We have already assisted them by funding and delivering the relocation of their urban farm, which is a highly valued service they provide to the community. We've also provided temporary sanitary services to their maintenance shop so they can continue operations out of that building until those lands redeveloped. As an important valued partner, we will continue to constructively work with them to ensure that they have ample time to shift and evolve their operations, assisting where we can. If in the future the city's needs shift to warrant accommodating additional permanent space within the plan area to deliver events, we will return to City Council with reports and plan amendments recommending those actions. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. We'd now be happy to answer any questions that you may have following any other registered speakers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll move on to our speakers. We've got 5, and they're all in person, so that's great. We'll start off with number 1, Arlindo Gomes, if you want to come up, and you've got 5 minutes to present.
Chair and members of committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm also joined by Tracy Bednart, President and CEO of Explore Edmonton. I'm Arlindo Gomes, Vice President of Business Development and Venue Management at Explore Edmonton, Edmonton's destination management and marketing organization, and the operator of the Edmonton Convention Center and the Edmonton Expo Center. We also produce iconic events like K-Days and the Canadian Finals Rodeo. So I'm pleased to be here as part of the Exhibition Lands Update. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a vibrant, mixed-use, transit-oriented community with the Expo Center at the heart of it. We appreciate administration's work, and we agree with the report's core finding. The best economic outcome comes from a balanced approach, enabling redevelopment while maintaining the Expo Center operations. Our concern is that scenarios as drafted don't retain enough land or functionality to sustain Expo operations and major events over the long term. We believe there's a path forward that meets the city's development goals while preserving Edmonton's ability to host major events and generate economic impact. This site sits at the intersection of Council's economic development priorities: arts, culture, sport, and tourism. The exhibition lands are a proven economic engine. The report estimates that a mixed real estate and major event strategy can generate approximately $414 million annually in economic activity and support over 3,700 jobs. The Expo Center alone generates over $189 million in economic impact in 2025 and supports more than 1,000 jobs. The Conference Board of Canada has estimated K-Day's impact at $84 million annually, supporting 627 jobs annually. The Expo Center and surrounding lands function as an integrated transit, connected indoor-outdoor event district that lets Edmonton host major events like K-Days, Farm Fair, Canadian Finals Rodeo, at a scale that can't be replicated elsewhere in the city. Great cities invest in these assets because visitor spending is new money that boosts our economy and quality of life year after year. Direct LRT connection to Expo is also key to safe transit-oriented redevelopment, especially as parking changes over time and more guests shift to public transit for events. In short, a balanced approach supporting economic development protects a high-performing city-owned asset and enables growth while preserving critical event infrastructure. It also reflects the operational reality of running a facility like the Expo Center. Under the proposed 21 hectares, we would not be able to host major events here in the future, including many agricultural programs. So our request today is straightforward. Advance a redevelopment plan that retains sufficient space to support full Expo Center operations while integrating housing and mixed-use development. This will protect a major event district and a significant visitor economy driver. And we are committed to working with the city to achieve it. We can have a vibrant festival and event district and a residential mixed-use development. Thank you. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Gomes. And hang out, there might be a few questions that we'll have, but we'll bring up our next speaker, Tracy Bernard from Explore Edmonton. You're up and ready to go. You're all good? Okay. All right, Trace, that's not like you, but I appreciate it as we move forward. Move on to speaker number 3, Eric Estrada with the Alberta Avenue Business Association.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Eric Estrada. I'm the Executive Director of Alberta Avenue Business Association, a business improvement area that not only serves the area but provides employment opportunities across the city and the Edmonton region. I am also joined by Alberta Avenue Business Association board member Ann Nyang. Alberta Avenue is a corridor with a strong entrepreneurial energy and growing community momentum. Local businesses, property owners, and residents are working together to strengthen the district as a destination employment area in Edmonton's mature core. Because of this progress, the future of the exhibition lands matters deeply to our district and to the city's economic sustainability. I am here to speak to the exhibition lands framework and to share 2 main concerns and perspective of the business collective and the economic potential in the Edmonton region, as this development, if executed properly, will contribute to the diversification of Edmonton's tax base. First, to support Council's economic development priorities, the framework should consider a clearer strategic connectivity for Alberta Avenue commercial districts and the exhibition lands. A stronger physical economic connections between these areas will not only help extend the visitor momentum and support small businesses, but they will also foster and increase commercial activity, a crucial step in diversifying Edmonton's tax base, away from its current heavy reliance on residential property taxes. I am also encouraged the committee to prioritize current employment anchor, Expo Center, as well as the future employment anchors that could arise from the collaborative work on this framework. In a line to increase long-term economic activity that diversifies and creates a sustainable tax base rooted in safety, investment confidence, and district vitality. Second, we urge the committee to establish a clear and frequent timeline for framework review, which must prioritize the broader economic development of the city, including the crucial involvement of the needs of the Alberta Avenue Business Improvement Area. The 2-year cycles of this framework review are now outdated, and by the time administration has time to begin implementing the framework we're seeing today, market conditions will need to be incorporated as Edmontonians, with the rest of the global population adapt to higher cost of living and the favorable conditions of condo ownership. The 20-year framework that doesn't remain flexible to both current site operations as well as Edmonton's ability to respond to new opportunities as they emerge while supporting economic vitality of adjacent established communities such as Alberta Avenue Business Improvement Area, will risk framing Edmonton for economic stagnation at best. An ongoing of the development framework against Edmonton economic development priorities should be in the same priority level for this committee and council. The exhibition lands represent Edmonton's second largest strategic development asset after its population. And the decisions about our future should remain responsive to changes in regional advantage to direct the dynamics of the market to increase Edmonton's residents' quality of life. Thank you for your time. I'm looking forward for the conversation.
Thank you, appreciate it. We will move on to our next speaker, Ann Nguyen from the Alberta Avenue Business Association, whenever you are ready.
Good morning. You hear me okay? Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Ann Nguyen. I operate a business on Alberta Avenue and currently serve on the board of directors of Alberta Avenue Business Association. So I'm here to address pretty same concerns with Eric, but from a different perspective. First, it's about the connectivity and employment priorities. To support the Council's economic development priorities, the framework should include a clearer strategy for connectivity between the Alberta Avenue Commercial District and the exhibition lands. Stronger physical and economic connections between these areas would help extend visitor movement, support small businesses, and reinforce the role of corridor as part of a larger redevelopment network in North Central Edmonton. I also encourage the Council to prioritize the employment anchor within the framework. While parks and open spaces are important amenities, long-term economic activities is what sustains safety, investment confidence, and neighborhood vitality. Second is about the framework review and market condition. The Council should consider establishing a clear timeline for regular framework review. The previous framework covered the period from 2022 to 2024, followed by a reassessment between 2025 and 2026 that already reflected changing market realities after the COVID era. Today, global uncertainty around energy systems, supply chains, and investment patterns continue to reshape development conditions. Then a 20-year framework that does not remain flexible risks limiting Edmonton's ability to respond to new opportunities as they emerge. An ongoing review of the Edmonton Economic Development Action Plan is already underway, and economic development remains a council priority. The exhibition lands represent one of Edmonton's largest strategic redevelopment assets, and decisions about our future should remain responsive to changing regional advantages and market signal. In conclusion, Alberta Avenue businesses already contribute to the success of this area as part of a connected and economically active district. I encouraged Council to strengthen the frameworks, focus on employment opportunities, connectivity, very important, and regular reviews so the plan continues to serve Edmonton well over time. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you very much. And our last speaker, Alan Polstad, when you are ready to go from the Alberta Avenue Community League, please proceed.
Well, hello, everyone. It's Alan, as mentioned, representing Alberta Avenue. I seem to be here a fair bit these days. I guess there's lots happening in our area and a few things to comment on. And this is one. When we looked at the plan, we were quite surprised to see that there was no space whatsoever left for festivals. That we're amazed that would even happen, but I guess it has. And when we reflected on that for a bit, it was our feeling at our board at Alberta Avenue that a lot of people in our area like going to the festivals that are there, whether it be K-Days or other events, and like the fact that it's handy, it's easy to get to, whether just walking, biking, transit, whatever, etc. And would be a real shame to lose that opportunity, not to mention the impact that would have on the city if those festivals weren't able to continue. So we would very much like to see land set aside in this plan for festivals as best you can. We recognize that there's competing uses for it. You're trying to do some other things with this plan as well, and that it would take up an awful lot of space to provide landscape parking, as has been the practice in the past for open spaces for the festival to use. So it seems to us that a compromise might be the construction of a parkade, some type of parking structure, next to the expo center, so that it could use that facility for its events, whether it be the trade show events and that kind of thing, or the ongoing festivals that would continue there in adjacent lands. So we'd very much like you to consider something like that. Perhaps there's funds that are available still from the money that the province is providing to include a facility like that, and we would very much encourage you to explore that. Our bottom line is that we just think this would be a huge oversight to lose this space, this spot for festivals. When you think about it, half of K-Days happens inside the Expo Center. It's not just rides and things outside, it's all the exhibits and activities in the Expo Center. So you have to have a spot where you have a large facility next to K-Days or a festival like that for it to function properly. And where else are you going to put it? Where else are you going to find a spot that has ready accessibility, that's central, LRT connections, all of that kind of stuff? So, I think council needs to be careful here that you don't make a big mistake and lose the opportunity to continue to hold these events, these festivals, given how important they are to the city, and from our perspective, a nice asset to have in the immediate area near where we live. I think that's about it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Now that we've heard from all of our speakers, we will go to the board for questions of any of the speakers that we heard. And we'll start off with Councillor Chance.
Thank you. I'll actually defer to the board, Councillor. I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Salvador, you can go ahead.
Great. Well, thanks so much to all the speakers for being here. You're probably going to have to line up at the mic. Apologies, but I'll start with I'll start with the folks from the Alberta Ave BIA. I just wanted to get a better understanding of what you shared about connectivity over to the avenue and what you're envisioning. You mentioned a stronger physical connection. I just wanted to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Salvador. I think currently we have a physical barrier to connect, which is the LRT lines and the underpass. If you're walking into the area to go into these festivals, or even if you're parking in other spaces that we have available within the Alberta Avenue District, then access to the Expo Center, it is fairly difficult. There is no a clear way for people to naturally flow into the space, and I think the work that Council have done in the active mobility network will be leveraged to create a whole loop around the district and Expo Center and the exhibition lands. That will be a good way forward. 114 Avenue is already a shared mobility path, as well as 119 Avenue, and there could be opportunities to explore on how those can be greatly elevated to connect with the LRT and the other network mobility in Edmonton.
Okay, that's helpful, because one of the things that I've been thinking about, and I'm sure it'll be discussed in this conversation quite a bit more, but opportunities for at-grade access for the LRT station, I think that's been an ongoing concern for a variety of reasons. It's quite an old station, high incidence, safety concerns, And when I envision an opportunity for at-grade, I imagine being able to have that at-grade access both north of 118 to be able to connect into the Coliseum site, the transit turnaround, as well as south of 118 to connect into Expo and hopefully provide that connectivity east-west as well, so that folks who are coming over from Alberta Ave can more easily access the site. Does that fit with what you're describing?
Definitely, that will really add into what the current infrastructure we have and how can it be leveraged to really connect south of 114 into the exhibition lands, and then create that focus work on south of 114 and then allow for greater planning north of it.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. And I'm going to ask that a very similar question to Arlindo. If you could swap. Sorry. Yeah. So also wondering about opportunities for better transit connectivity into the site. I know you briefly alluded to that in your presentation, but that seems like a fairly vital connection, especially as our city continues to grow and access to Expo becomes even more important from a transit perspective.
Yeah, I think I support Eric's comments around access from 118th Avenue being extremely difficult into that area. Certainly a revitalized transit station at that location that is connected into the Expo Center and also ground oriented so that it allows for that flow of people more easily, both for folks who are taking the transit to get to exhibition lands and those that are living in the community. I think would be a great asset.
Great. And I ask this because the current plan is actually for a new station to be constructed just north of the existing one. But I think there's an opportunity for a retrofit of the existing station to provide the connectivity that I'm hearing described. Would you open to that?
I think it would certainly serve both the community and an asset like the Expo Center. It would be great value for that, for sure.
Okay, excellent. I do have some more questions, but I'm not going to have time to let you actually answer them, so I'll just put myself back on the board.
Great, thank you, Councilor Sauter, and we will give you that time. I'll jump in here. Arlindo, I'm going to bring you back up to the podium, please, just for a couple questions. In kind of hearing your presentation and what's been presented forward, really none of these scenarios you think are ideal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They don't really address the need of the current operations, and I think the potential to grow and sustain the Expo Center in a way that's viable.
Okay. Did any of them come close to it? Would option 3 look at?
I think I could maybe talk in kind of broader, larger space. There's probably a combination of scenario 3, which has the lands to the south of the Expo Center, in addition to components of scenario 4, which would include the east parking areas. I think those two kind of combined would I think address, I think ultimately in the long term it's still a significant reduction in space, but better utilizing the space and actually having a tighter lay down event space around the Expo Center will allow us to be using that space more efficiently.
Yeah, okay, so you're like conceding to long-term we can lose some parking. You can manage that and still keep the operations and the crucial economic development that you guys do for the city. But in the short term, the parking there, and then really behind kind of the facility, is that like for that lay down you're saying that's really crucial for the operation?
Yeah, I think none of the scenarios really address our need to, from a programming perspective, our ag programming utilizes that south space very effectively. You know, we can't even do PBR in Edmonton. It's hosted at Rogers Place without being able to house some of the animals over at the Expo Center. So it's space that supports utilization for farm fare. We have 1,000 cattle that come and visit us for a week. During CFR, we're producing events at the Expo Center. It's completely full of Western events. We have horses, competitors. So there's a need for logistic and a laid-down space that none of the plans really allow for, other than that option 3 for that southern, south of Expo Center. And then the other component from a sustainability perspective, retaining some parking will really help. The parking is a really critical revenue driver for the Expo Center, and so without that, the venue would be unsustainable.
Great, thank you. That's all I had for the questions right now. I'm going to go back to Councilor Salvador. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. So just to build on some of those questions, understanding sort of the phasing and the way that development would move across the site, with the I guess easternmost parcel, the linear parking lot right now that's used as surface parking, is that, and I'll ask this of administration, but is there an opportunity there that, 15, 20 years down the line, when we eventually get to that portion of the site, consideration of a parking structure, underground parking, requiring that to ensure that that is still available for your needs and Expo's needs?
Yeah, I believe it's really critical at this point, and certainly subject to, what knows what the requirements might be 20 years from now. I will add that the idea of combining 3 and 4 reduces our current parking by about 60%, so we will ultimately be down to a fairly significant reduction.
Right, and one of the other things I've been thinking about in the current plans, there's also designation of civic anchor space, which I have questions about. I know the original intent of that is not. It's no longer relevant, is what I'm understanding. So I think that also potentially frees up some additional space on the eastern side of the site.
Yeah, and specifically that's to the south, and you just want to share for awareness that in that southern part, we actually have a partnership with Concordia University,
right,
where we partner with them and have a revenue share agreement for all the student parking that occurs there during the school year.
Great. Thanks for that context. And then coming back to the scenarios, and I feel like I need to make this clarification as well, because there's the 3 options that were in the report, but then there's also the 4 scenarios that were in attachment 3. So I'm referring to the scenarios, not the options. Mm-hmm. So with scenario 3, providing that additional space south of Expo for laydown and event space, I've also been thinking about what does the end use look like for the expanded Borden Park, right? And if there's a combination or opportunity there for like some degree of hardscaping that can be programmable or community use year round, maybe there's some basketball courts, hard surfaced, but it's also flexible and could be supportive of other operations and events as needed. Do you think that's an opportunity?
Well, yeah, so that space, if in a mixed-use format, would actually be the critical link to facilitating K-Day. So in addition to some of the parking areas immediately around the Expo Center that we would use, having a mixed-use park space that could be used for events would actually be the reason how we can facilitate a large event like K-Days.
Okay, and because the existing uses on that site, that's where the new urban farm has been relocated to. There's the existing park space. So seems like it could be a complementary use
I
to the
believe
existing
so, and
function.
I think it would also facilitate, there's a lot of festivals that take place in Borden Park, and I think this could allow for some of those to kind of shift into that space as well, and just allow for greater utilization from a community perspective of the entire Borden Park.
Right, and I'm also thinking from sort of a future community member perspective for folks living in that space, having access to both green space, but also some like programmable recreational space on that site could also be valuable.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, and a few more questions. Actually, you know what? I think you already touched on this, but just from an operational perspective, the importance of having that southern access. I know I had the opportunity to visit during Farm Fair, and does that provide for more efficient use of space, I'll say, to be able to have that direct connection between Expo and southern facing space, as opposed to having to like move livestock from other areas of the site, for example?
Yes, I think it allows us to retain the ability to do the events in a more concentrated area, certainly leveraging and being more efficient with the space we have. Currently, we're a few blocks to the south in that southwest corner for laydown and for some of the storage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. And good questions so far. Thank you for the presentation and to all the speakers. I just want to get your input on this. So what we're looking at is, because this is and this has been referenced, probably a generational timeline on this, that there's no need to rapidly reduce the capacity of Expo for parking and for laydown yards, for staging events, but also looking forward, once Coliseum goes down, as far as I understand, you're looking at an opportunity on the north side. There's two options administration can recommend and council can consider and developers can talk about, and that is either developing that right away or understanding that that might be 30 years from now. So you could also utilize that spot for activation for things like K-Days or farm fairs or things like that. Do I have that correct?
Well, I think the development horizon is fairly broad currently, and so I think what we can say is that depending on either option, so if there is greater requirement to move forward with redeveloping that first, that the southern portion of space that we'd have will allow us to continue operations. If in the interim that space is not developed initially, we can then leverage it and utilize and program it as often as we can to make sure it's active and used.
Right. And so in those decades between full development and now, the argument is pretty clear that while we are going to get tax uplift and beautification of the area and things like that over time, the economics say that we should probably take quite seriously the fact that Expo is bringing in enormous amounts of dollars to the city that are beneficial to the city. We understand that the balance is there, but let's take the longer view of ensuring that we're enabling these events in the interim, because we don't want to lose out that economic activity.
Absolutely, and just, you know, the fact that we have the space allows us to leverage. Sometimes we have opportunities where events will come in and they'll take up month worth of real estate in essence, and things that are unique to our city that we're able to attract because we have the availability of that space. It's often used when we're making bids for large events as logistical space. For example, I think in our FIFA bid, that would have been a really important component of that FIFA bid. So ensuring we have the ability to be able to continue to attract and position our city for those large events in the future, this space is really critical to that.
And has there been a lot of talk about maximizing our assets by incorporating an LRT station directly with the Expo Center in order to be able to funnel people through and make it easier, especially in inclement weather, to ensure that people are getting access to events?
Yeah, I think as the LRT is redeveloped, the opportunity to almost in the same spot, maybe a slight shift to the south, to connect right in is really simple. The Expo Center on that corner has ready access to receive above ground connection into it that would allow for connection right into the building.
Yeah, because that's something I always thought was interesting, and I don't know why it was. Maybe you can answer this. Why wasn't the original Coliseum station actually attached to the Coliseum?
That's a good question. I think the design at the time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. That's interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to questions of administration. If anyone wants to put their name on the board, go ahead. And we will start with Councillor Chance. Please proceed.
So on behalf of Councillor Salvador, I'm tabling the following amendment: that the April 21st, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02493, be referred back to administration to, and I'll look to the clerk to confirm you have this. It's a mouthful.
We have it if you would like to.
I'll just keep reading. Okay.
Keep reading.
Number 1, further analyze a modified scenario 3 as outlined in attachment 3 of the April 21st, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02493, Exhibition Lands Update, Explore Edmonton Land Needs Assessment, considering the following adjustments. A, retain the Coliseum LRT station in its current location. B, eliminate the civic anchor and tourism anchor and convert those areas to an appropriate redevelopment land use. C, add additional storage and staging area in the northernmost triangular panel of the Coliseum site, consistent with the approach described in scenario 4 of attachment 3. D, consideration of hard surfacing of the Borden Park expansion as flexible multi-use space to support community programming and use by Explore Edmonton, ensuring the design supports a high-quality public realm year-round, and E, other adjustments as appropriate. Number 2, evaluate the potential to advance development of the north and south transit villages on an accelerated basis by A, undertaking a market analysis, B, evaluation of servicing needs and associated development costs, C, assessing the viability of the proposed adjustments to Wayne Gretzky Drive, and D, updating the pro forma. 3, evaluate underground or structured parking options on the east side of the site, either as part of redevelopment or standalone structures to support the long-term parking needs of Expo Center. Number 4, include a high-level cost estimate for the renewal of the Coliseum LRT station in its current location that A, provides for an at-grade design and removal of the public access to the underground concourse to support safety and connectivity. B, improves connectivity to the station from the future North Transit Village and the Expo Center. And C, evaluates the option to fund the retrofit through the $35 million capital profile CM999,000, with any remainder held for public future infrastructure priorities within the exhibition lands plan area. Number 5, assess the impacts of the above on the land enterprise retained earnings and the city's ability to deliver other work that utilize land enterprise retained earnings as a funding source. And number 6, there is no number 6, but I would turn it over to Councillor Salvador to introduce. Committee's flexible.
I'm okay for you to give some commentary, Jeff.
With the discretion?
Yeah, with discretion.
I think it's very self-evident, but.
It's very long.
Discretion chair, that's yeah.
Sure, sure. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to introduce this, and thank you to Councillor Jans for putting it on the floor. So I will try to sum this up and do that in a succinct way. So essentially, there were a number of scenarios, 4 scenarios that were outlined as part of attachment 3. I think there is a path forward here with a modified version of scenario 3 that will meet the needs of Explore, meet the needs of the community, but also retain as much as possible the original vision that is outlined for Exhibition Lands to be a mixed-use transit-oriented community. What I appreciate about this option is it consolidates space for Explore just south of Expo. I think operationally, that is the preferred option and most viable option. It also explores what a hard-surfaced or partially hard-surfaced expanded Borden Park could look like, as discussed through questions. The other highlight is that this option would retain the North Coliseum site as a mixed-use transit village. I think it's really critical that we're maximizing opportunities for transit-oriented development on these really unique sites. So it does move forward with that. What else? There's, as mentioned, consideration of future underground or structured parking opportunities to make sure that those needs are met long-term. And as it relates to the Coliseum LRT station, what this motion would do is it would bring back opportunities to look at our retrofit of the existing station. We know that the station has the highest, some of the highest incidents in the city, a lot of safety concerns. So this would look at opportunities for an at-grade station that would provide connectivity both north and south into Expo and support the community. I am out of time. Thanks.
Mayor Knack, over to you for.
Happy to defer to the ward councillor for questions first. I'll come back after.
Go, keep going.
Okay,
sure.
Thanks. Really appreciate committee's flexibility. Okay, so just over to administration. I just want to make sure that we have a shared understanding of this very long motion. So first off, just the distinction between the options in the body of the report versus the scenarios. So we're talking about the scenarios.
Yes, I believe that we do understand the motion.
Great,
yes.
great. And When it comes to the potential retrofit of the Coliseum LRT station, has any of that work, even in a preliminary sense, been done? Do we know if that might be a viable opportunity, and this would provide just further detail on that?
Yeah, so in discussions with folks in IS, that work is actually about to start. So they're just kicking off a study that would look at rehabilitation options and compare that to, it would get a high-level estimate and compare that to what a new station would look like. My understanding of the timing is that first draft of that work would be completed to inform potential budget asks for planning a design for that work to proceed. Okay, excellent. And I want to make sure I have a firm handle on the financial components here. So I'm just going to share my understanding. You can tell me if that's correct. So we had allocated $35 million towards the demolition of the Coliseum in our current four-year budget cycle. The $55 million that is now coming from the province goes towards demolition and also site prep. And our $35 million that had to stay on site is actually already accounted for because of existing work that has already happened on site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry? Oh, my mic isn't working? Is that better? Okay. Yeah, so the $35 million that we had already set aside for Coliseum demolition, I'm interested in seeing if those dollars can be repurposed for the station retrofit. So based on the wording of this motion, this would allow us to come back with more details, a high-level cost estimate, and potential options for that funding source in advance of budget. The timing works out on that? Because it sounds like that work is already underway on the retrofit to at least look at that opportunity.
So yeah, the work would inform a high-level estimate that would come back for planning and design, yeah.
Okay, and the $35 million is being held at this time?
That's correct, and with my hesitation in answering that was just on the timing and ensuring that would happen. The addition of in advance of budget was the part that I don't have certainty on the timing for when the work would be complete, but I think we understand what your intentions are with the motion.
Okay, excellent. And then in terms of phasing, so right now the phasing of the site is from south corner, like southwest corner, north, with the Coliseum site set to be much later on, based on the current plans. I'm interested in seeing what opportunities exist to accelerate that. So what would come back in the analysis to help inform any potential changes to phasing? Talked about a market analysis. Can you just help me understand what that would look like?
So with that analysis, yeah, there is a few things that factor into the viability of advancing the North Transit Center. We know there's going to be some servicing challenges. When we started the process of implementing the Exhibition Lands Planning Framework, we ran into some issues in the south basin. I'll call it everything south of 118. We suspect those issues will exist in the north, but we didn't include that as part of that analysis because that's such a far out development line. So we're going to have to evaluate the servicing, what's required with that. And then we also want to evaluate what the market conditions are and if there's any appetite in the market for the type of development that we would see up there. One of the major concerns that we have is repeating issues that we've made in other land development projects where we go out and we spend a bunch of money hoping we'll create a market when that market doesn't exist, and then we've done all the development work, but we don't see any development. And that's something we'd like to avoid.
And of the $55 million that is going towards demolition and site prep, how much is for demolition and how much could be put towards site prep and any sort of utility work that would need to happen to get that site ready?
I believe that we're still working through that process to establish that number, so not something that I'd be able to share at this point. I just wanted to share that in answer to the last question as well, that in absence of a motion, you're correct that we would be working from the southwestern portion of the site across north, east, and towards the Expo Center. The lands that are in that triangle were long-term development lands. We do think that they're, anecdotally, that there are challenging market dynamics for that exist today because they are separated from the rest of the site and they have that natural barrier there. So just to add to Mr. Ozaduke's commentary on the market study, we think that's an essential component to providing information as to whether that's an investment that would lead to actual market absorption of those sites. Because to his point, the last thing that we would want as a city is to invest in the site and then have the site sit vacant for long periods of time, which is kind of where the concept of transitioning operations and activation into that triangle, why that strategy was suggested to council.
Okay. All right, gave you some leeway on that because I really wanted that answered. Mayor Knack.
Thanks, Chair Clark. Thanks for the report. Just maybe a few questions on this motion to administration. So I think in the presentation you talked a lot about the interim sort of nature of Explore in this. Would this give greater certainty that, because I think, council's adopted our strategic priorities of that is arts, culture, sports, tourism. I want to make sure that this motion, under your understanding, would be them existing on a permanent and ongoing basis and not an interim basis.
Yeah, Mayor Knack, and I do want to clarify the interim tag that was placed on the activation component of what was suggested as part of the presentation. That in no way was meant to suggest that Explore operating on the site is interim.
I assumed. I think it's good to say it out loud. So
super valued partner. One of the things that gets lost in some of these conversations in redevelopment is that their success is our success.
100%.
Them activating the site, drawing people in is a huge value and asset to the community in addition to the city at large. So the intention of what is currently planned for in the implementation strategy reflects that, and what we've suggested today aligns with that as well. I think where there's a differing perspective is how that gets implemented,
exactly.
And that's where,
because this has an impact on that, and there might be a financial impact which we're completely okay. I mean, I don't want to speak for any, which I might be completely okay with as one member of council, to allow them to benefit on the tourism and economic side, even if that means an impact on our land earnings side. And that's what you'll do as part of this motion, and you'll give us that data so that we're making that decision eyes wide open.
That's correct. That's what the motion allows, is for the analysis to determine what that impact may be.
Fantastic. And so then, excuse me. Actually, no, I think the mover, the somewhat mover, made it very clear about the LRT piece. No, I'm actually ready to speak to it whenever the time is. Thank you.
Councillor Burkett, can you do this 3 minutes? Can you go?
Yeah, thank you. So just a quick question, maybe to administration. So have we, like in the motion, it's talking about the Coliseum station itself and redesign and things like that. But in my questions, I did ask about the potential logic of locating a transit station right in Expo Center, and has that been considered?
Councillor, as part of the original planning framework, there were a number of different iterations of where transit facilities should be, where land uses should be. Ultimately, the thought behind having the two stations located where they were is that they would serve as an anchor for transit-oriented development, and that would be a benefit to the surrounding development and the velocity at which it would become viable in the market. That said, there are differing perspectives on whether connectivity to Expo would be a valued proposition as well. There are probably a number of different scenarios that there could be justification for or logic for, and certainly that would be one of them.
Yeah, and I'd love to see that sort of gamed out, like just as far as transit-oriented development and also potential loss of parking over time for Explore, because they have to retain exhibition space. That could be a way to provide a seamless way for people to get to and from. And then the way it could be structured is they just leave Expo in a certain way that funnels them either north or south. So have we looked at that as like, let's actually take a look at all these different factors and
I believe it's something that we can explore as part of this work, but potentially it could provide those benefits.
Okay, so, but in the wording of the motion, it's specifically about Coliseum LRT station and, extensive points about that. Like, how would you need an amendment to the motion or to explore that and come back with that analysis?
Councillor, it's Carrie from ETS. Maybe I can just weigh in and say the work that is underway right now to explore the opportunities around the current station can take some of that into consideration in terms of the movement of people. I'll also flag that this LRT station is integrated with the bus side as well. So we have our transit center component, and people are often using a combination of modes for their trips. So there's just a few things we need to unpack, and I think the work happening with IIS and then linking it to this work, we can explore all of those elements without needing firm motion language on it.
Yeah, that's good information because, this conversation started a long time ago, and we've seen different shifts in the interim of how people move or what city priorities are or what the investment picture looks like. So I would love to ask the mover, but I'll go through the chair and see what.
I think that's good timing, Councillor Paquette, where we will take our recess and break for lunch, and we will come back at 1:30 and we will continue this, and we'll note how much time we have on the board. Thank you very much. See you after lunch. Welcome everyone back to the Urban Planning Committee. We just were on recess for lunch, and now we are back. You know what, I am going to take some time because I forgot to do this morning, but we have to give our Edmonton Oilers a shout out for their big home game playoff win last night against the mighty Ducks of Anaheim. So quick shout out to the Oilers. Thanks for that. But let's get back to the business at hand. I will do a roll call. I will start with Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Hello. Mayor Knack, do we have you? No, we don't, but you never know when he might show up, so that's all good. And then we're also joined by some of my other council colleagues in chambers. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright online.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
I think that is everybody I am seeing. Okay, with that, so we are still on 7.1, the exhibition lands update, Explore Edmonton land needs assessment, where we were. Can I go back to Councillor Paquette? Do you need a little more time? Are you okay? Okay, so we're done on there. You left a minute 43 for us. Appreciate that. And then we're going to jump to, is Councillor Morgan on right now? Okay, so let's skip Councillor Morgan and let's go to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So a few more questions. I guess this is more of a few process questions. So all the scenarios that were included in attachment 3, of course, are not as detailed or granular as the current framework. It's not showing some of the linear greenways or some of the smaller parks. Those would be, of course, added back in once conversations progress. It's not like we're losing those just because we're not seeing them in these iterations, correct?
That's correct.
Great. I also want to ask about just some of the tensions of having event spaces, rolling events throughout the season in such close proximity to not only existing residents but future residents in exhibition lands. In the report, it did mention a noise attenuation study. And I'm wondering when that would come into play, because I think that's a really important part of this conversation. I believe it said that once we've landed on the preferred scenario, then a noise attenuation study would be an important next step. Is that your understanding as well?
Councillor, to position the report that came back and the recommendation of the report, it does suggest to stay the course. Now, if there is alternate direction to revise the framework based on the findings of the attachments, then as part of that, there would certainly need to be some kind of consideration for how those land uses converge, and I think that's the reference within it. So it would be, I think, heavily dependent on the direction provided.
Right.
And the actions that we take from there.
Okay, and I guess when would be the best point to provide that direction for that kind of study? Because I think to be very transparent, like there are folks in the community who have questions already about noise in the area, and thinking about future residents that might be in even closer proximity. I think that's a really important consideration. So I just need to understand when that direction could be provided.
I think the best time to do that would be when we return to council or committee with this motion answered and prior to the actual plan amendment changes, if that's what comes out of the.
Okay. So because this is a refer back, so we're going to be discussing this again. So once we sort of land on a decision related to the mix of land uses, orientation on site, if there are changes, that would be the time to direct that additional study.
Yeah, Councillor Salvador, again, I think the question itself infers an outcome, and so
pending any decision.
Exactly. So I think we'd be better positioned at that time to answer that question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for that clarity. Also, a few more questions that have come up from community. I wanted to see where we're at with the Bellevue Community Hall. I know it's located on site. It's a really important asset for the neighborhood, and just needs some clarity around the certainty and long-term home for the hall on site.
Yeah, we've committed to leaving it as is. So that's long-term.
And has that been communicated back to?
Yes, I believe it's been communicated back to Bellevue.
Okay, okay.
It's not currently reflected in the approved ARP, but upon future changes to the ARP, we'll try to get that in there.
Okay, so it is on record that commitment is there, and then when any potential changes come to the overall plan, that could be incorporated and sort of made very clear and distinct within the plan itself. Yep. Great. Very happy to hear that. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a friendly amendment for 4B, and just add the words, I'll just restate, improve connectivity to the station from the future North Trans Village and covered and or closed connectivity to the Expo Center. So just, that's the proposed amendment.
Okay, we've got the amendment in front of us. I'll first check to the mover, Councillor Jans, which was kind of through Councillor Salvador. Would you consider that a friendly, or do you want to make that a separate?
I would consider it friendly.
He would consider that a friendly amendment, so we can get that updated into the, what is this? This is in point 4B?
Yeah.
4B, we can get that updated?
Thank you. We'll load that in.
Okay, great, thank you.
And just to quickly introduce it, if I...
You may.
Yep. And the idea here is just to be a little bit more explicit with what's going on in that station, because of course Expo Center is operating through all sorts of weather, and we want to make it, if we can, if it's feasible, make it easier for people to get in and out of the center itself without being exposed to a lot of the elements, and especially if we're going to be activating that center much more. It also provides more of a controlled entry to the Expo Center for things like admission or tickets or counts, things like that. Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you. I'll load up if there's any additional questions to the amendment, but it's now kind of in the motion there, so we'll open that up to the floor for anybody if we see him. I don't think we have Councillor Morgan on yet, so I think he's off the board. So now we'll just move to speaking to this, to the motion that's outlined very lengthy as approved. So we'll go to speaking. We'll open up the board again if anyone wants to speak to it, and then we'll go to closing. First up, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just very briefly wanted to thank everyone who's been involved in this. And, I think a direction was set for the Expo lands quite a number of years ago, and our staff have been doing a great job of moving that forward. It's exciting to see some of the progress that's being made on the redevelopment of the site. But I think this is a great opportunity to recalibrate and adjust course, just to ensure that we are supporting the longevity of the Expo Center and really building on the land use opportunities that exist. I think that the proposed motion really reflects the reality that we're unlikely to get a brand new station for quite some time, but really making the most of what's there now. I think they're great changes that can improve safety and connectivity that are very feasible. I'm also really excited for the opportunity for transit-oriented development on the Coliseum site. Again, just looking at the success of Stadium Yards, just a stop away, I hope that can be a precedent and a great opportunity moving forward. And very excited again that development on the Coliseum site really helps support that integration with Alberta Avenue, supporting the businesses there and bringing more folks to the area. So thank you again to our partners at Explore, our city administration, and also the ward councillor for the great work on bringing this forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, I'll jump in here. And really, I want to say, when I was going through all the reports on this over the last few weeks and looking at it, this has been a lot of years in the works, and I know there's been a ton of effort on everyone's side to kind of get there, and I really appreciate through Councillor Jans and the ward Councillor Salvador getting to this motion, which I think makes it pretty clear and finds a compromise where we can really respect our stakeholder and Explore Edmonton, who are really the stewards of this land, and everything that gets activated on there. And the one thing I do want to comment on it, that I know it's in the motion, you know, where we're talking about an assessment analysis, how crucial it is to have Explore Edmonton involved in that process. It maybe needs to be without saying, because they are the ones that are activating the space, but to just make sure that they're involved in that process as we kind of move forward and go through all these points outlined. Because who knows better than them, and as we've done our priorities and we've got economic development in there, and that, you know, we've got some increased funding for that organization, it's crucial that they're part of this process as we move forward as well. So yeah, I'm happy to support this, happy for all the work on this motion coming forward. So that's all I got. Thank you so much for the time. If there's anybody else. If not, I will pass it to Councillor Jans to close, but you can defer if you would like.
I think Councillor Stevens is trying to, or Salvador is trying to sign.
Yeah, thanks so much. Sorry, it was just lagging. I wasn't able to sign up. Really wanted to take some time to speak to this. Thank you so much to committee for your flexibility today as well, and for the excellent discussion, and for all the speakers who joined us today to share their perspectives. So just a few reflections from me. First and foremost, Exhibition Lands is a fantastic site in our city. It represents a huge opportunity to support a complete, connected community, as well as continued economic development right in our core. This location really does have a rich and varied history. Until relatively recently, it had been home to a mix of uses. There used to be residential uses on site, commercial activity, green space, events, and more. And whenever you have a mix of uses on a site, for sure, it can create tensions that need to be navigated. I think those tensions are well articulated in today's conversation and in the reports that we've had to date. And for me, you know, this really is about finding the best possible way forward. I've gone back and forth between a number of the scenarios that are discussed in the report. There's real trade-offs to each one of those. But what I come back to, it's a few things. So we need to continue honoring the original framework's vision of a mixed-use, transit-oriented community. A lot of time and energy went into that vision over the years. At the same time, we do need to be able to adapt and adjust to evolving conditions. And that does include continuing to meet the operational needs of Explore Edmonton so that they can continue their important work for years to come on this site. And of course, we need to make sure that this area is an excellent, livable, and connected place for the future residents that are going to call it home. I think this very lengthy motion will further some of those conversations. I think, as was mentioned by my colleague, it does provide a bit of an opportunity to reflect on what has changed since this plan was originally approved, and how we can make some adjustments in order to ensure its continued and long-term success and viability. Through the engagement and analysis that I read, I do think that the modified version of Scenario 3 is going to provide us with the best foundation to build from, but really looking forward to this additional analysis coming back so that we can have a fulsome conversation on that. What I really appreciate about this approach is it does allow us to maximize opportunity on those TOD parcels, where we know that we want to be building up residential, commercial opportunities in close proximity to transit. This particular site, not only is it well connected to transit, but there's active transportation connections directly adjacent to the site. As we heard from the Alberta Ave BIA, commercial opportunities and businesses are just next door. So I think that the potential is really high. When I think about the phasing of development, I'm really interested to see what comes back in this analysis. I think we owe it to Edmontonians to rigorously test whether accelerated development is viable on the Coliseum site. Again, on such a well-located parcel, I think we need to look at opportunities to activate that site sooner rather than later. On the LRT station, I've said this a few times, but this is, in my mind, quite an urgent priority that needs to be addressed and looked at. We know that the incident data is very clear. Coliseum LRT station needs to be changed, whether that's a full rebuild or a retrofit. I think the retrofit opportunity in front of us is actually quite exciting. I think the position of the existing station allows for
excellent connectivity both north and south, especially as it relates to Expo Center. Being able to provide that direct connection, I think, would be huge for not only folks who are coming to Expo for events, but for surrounding community members who want better connectivity into the future exhibition land site in and of itself. So all that to say is I'm really excited about where we can go with this, looking forward to the next conversation, and thank you so much to community members who have been participating in this over the last few years. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried 5-0. Okay, perfect. And we look forward to seeing that at the upcoming council meeting. All right, we'll move on. We're almost there. We won't do items 8, 9, and 10, but we will go to, 8, 9. No, we will do 10 because we have a motion pending, and that is the ETS at Work program brought forward by yours truly. If we can get that motion up on the screen, that would be great. Okay. I'm going to restate this motion. There was a little bit of an add-on there, but the intent of it is there, and this is just a nice little touch that I kind of went over with some of my council colleagues, and I appreciate it. So the ETS at Work program, it's that administration provide a memo to council summarizing the current state of the ETS at Work program, including alignment with the ARC system and outlining any existing plans to grow employer participation in the program, including expanded group/corporate discounts and the transit efficiency in the city's large industrial areas, and any opportunities to expand this program to manage residential buildings. Do I have a seconder?
You don't need one, but you'd have one.
It's always good to check. I will introduce. If you give me a couple minutes, please. Okay, so this is one I've been working on a little bit for a little bit of time here, and I've kind of gone through with our partners, with ETS and administration, and really kind of why bring this program to life right now. So we're trying to reposition the ETS at Work program that currently exists as a flagship commuter benefit program. Council can empower more employees use transit as a concrete recruitment and retention tool, particularly in tight labor industrial sectors. ETS at Work already gives a meaningful discount on standard adult ARC fares, yet employee participation remains far below its potential, in my opinion. In my view, exploring enhanced group corporate discounts, targeting route improvements, including on-demand options in employment areas, and stronger marketing and visibility will refresh the program, increase both revenue and ridership, and make ETS a more realistic everyday option for Edmontonians. So the key components to this motion, I'll hammer on them quick, is alignment with ARC and data. Aligning ETS more tightly with the ARC system means new corporate sign-up is not just discount and pass sale, but also a data point for administration to help refine scheduling, frequency, and connections. Number 2, benefits for industrial areas and employers. Many industrial areas struggle with reliable shift-aligned transit, which hurts hiring, absenteeism, turnover. This motion helps strengthen the ETS at Work program. Maybe it can even get to a concierge level of service built around common shift changes in an area for an on-demand service that would be really beneficial to employers and ties into our priority for economic development. 3, increase revenue and ridership. As more companies roll, each employer brings a predictable base of monthly riders. So even with the discounts, the program captures trips that would otherwise be driven. Scaling ETS Works turns into a standard point of employee compensation and ridership and a stable revenue stream. So in closing, requesting a focused memo on this, some work that's already being done of its current state, ARC alignment, and growth plans gives council the information needed to decide on future policy tools, including adjusted discount structures and targeted service improvements in industrial areas and residential opportunities. And sorry, I went a little bit over. I will now open up to any questions. Speaking to it. Okay. Pretty
Sorry,
sure.
I have a question.
Go for it,
I
Councillor.
can't get on the board.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Go for it.
Just wanted to know why you're doing it as a memo and not as a report to the mover.
Great question. So after some conversations with the ETS team, some of this work is being done. So I didn't want to get, I want to see this happen as soon as possible. I think there's a really good opportunity for it. So I put it into a memo to try to kind of expedite that process, Councillor Rutherford. So I think that will hit on everything. And if I guess it doesn't, if we don't get everything we need more kind of details in terms of fare and revenue and all that, then maybe that can come back as a report. But I want to give the memo a chance, and I think that should be sufficient.
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
Appreciate it. One last chance for any other questions. Okay, no? I'll just quickly close on it. I think I hit everything, but this is this really ties into our priority for economic development. And I think one of the things, I keep hearing about taxes and neighboring municipalities and the benefit to that. And I want to look at other options. How can we compete to get more companies, get more businesses here? What do we have that we can't offer? And I think one of the things that really jumped out to me right away was transit, right? It's great to build, a nice warehouse in Nisku or Parkland County, but they don't have the transit that we have and the scale to do it. And that's what we have. And that's a huge benefit talking to the businesses that I've talked to. If they can have a reliable, discounted transit service that can get their employees there in an efficient manner. A lot of these manufacturing facilities, the workers don't have a reliable car to do it. So transit is kind of their main means of transportation. So this is something that we do, and just by expanding a little bit, looking at other options to really enhance a program that, in my opinion, needs a little bit of love and has good bones, but could be bumped up a bit, could have a huge benefit for us in terms of really hitting one of our priorities, and is really a point of difference that we have versus our neighboring municipalities. So that's why I'm bringing it forward, and that's why I think a few tweaks to it could really expand the amount of companies that sign up and really enhance our ridership and get transit even more efficient and effective than it is. Thank you. And with that, we will call the vote.
Yep.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Look at that. Okay, 5-0. That is carried. All right, thank you very much. So with that, we'll go to number 11, notices of motions or motion of customary notice. I don't believe there is any. Then we'll move to our adjournment, and I will call the Urban Planning Committee meeting of April 21st, 2026, officially adjourned at 1:54 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone.